Hey folks, I've been having some technical issues here. I think I got it working now. I've never played The Witcher 2 before. I know very little about it. I beat The Witcher 1 blind on stream. There's YouTube bots for that. And I played one episode of The Witcher 3 for about 4 hours. So I don't know where The Witcher 2 exists between 1 and 3 in terms of like technical competency and mechanics and stuff. Graphics look really good. Hopefully the capture card doesn't get mad at me again. Restarting my machine seems to have fixed it. I have a controller, because it seems like controller works pretty well with The Witcher 3, but I don't know if that was true yet with 2. Audio seems maybe a little loud. I'll turn it down a hair here. Let me know if it's too loud or too quiet. Cool. Nice. Okay, I'll check after the cutscene. I was able to skip this and get to the title screen and confirm video and audio worked this morning. I'm finding that most of my problems are games that very badly want to run at a resolution above 1080p. My monitor can technically support that. My capture card can't. OBS definitely doesn't like it. I can eventually force it to do 1080p, but it's a really cool cutscene. I don't know if we're going to deal with this guy specifically, or if this is just kind of like, hey, this is the kind of shit that can happen in the world of The Witcher. Extremely 2011 fight choreography, but I'm down with it. Some folks had just seen like 300. Cool. That is one of the Assassins of Kings. Still have audio on the title screen, that's a good sign. Game options. It's all fine. Control options. Okay, let's try this. Seems to work. It's weird that Arena is... Okay, whatever, new game. Import Witcher 1 save. I think that's the one I want. That's gotta be my highest one, right? Or is it the autosave? This is like the end of the game. Google it really quick. The Witcher 2, import Witcher 1 save, use autosave, Order of the Flaming Rose. Which Witcher save am I supposed to import? Okay, I think it is the autosave. Game balance provide a complete RPG experience. Combat is a serious challenge. We'll do normal, seems fine. They prompted me to do the tutorial before choosing a difficulty? I don't know if I've just, like, opted out of it. Monstrum. Okay, that's a decent jump. I think post-credits in The Witcher 1, we saw the preview of this game. That was the cutscene at the end of the first game, right? $12.71, okay. Well, it already looks way better than The Witcher 1. I enjoyed The Witcher 1 for what it was. Felt very unfinished, though. Like they're too ambitious for their britches. I've heard that's not the case with 3, and I don't know about 2. It has the classic CRPG problem where, like, the first act of the game is way too full of stuff to do, and then they've clearly ran out of money and time for the rest of it. Place this game in time. So it came out after 300, hence the cool opening cutscene.
20 orange to Grandad.
Mass Effect 2 came out 1 year before, so it was probably developed in tandem.
You daft!
Or
Don't
not,
go in
it was
there!
around the same time that it was being developed.
He's in chains, can't do a thing. Am I right, Master Geralt?
Rude.
Roll again! Why? The dice didn't roll! Calling me a cheat? Take it back. Look, he's awake again. Monster Slayer, my ass. A regular horson. I heard witches all start out as roadside orphans taken in by mages. Mages who experiment on them. Fuck's sake, they plough witches come the equinox.
It's a good opening.
That's how they get those
If you didn't play the first one.
Enough! Take him down and put him in the interrogation room.
I thought you died.
I'm not so easy to kill.
Should I recognize that guy? Over the top door sound.
I don't believe we've been introduced. Vernon Roach.
Walk around behind me if you want to shake.
foolish of me. Vez! Unshackle him.
I like the sound design, but I might need to turn the sound effects down a little bit. They're like really loud compared to the voice.
Geralt of Rivia. Care to introduce us?
No, thanks.
Bring something to drink. We can't sit here cotton-mouthed. You will tell me everything you remember. The entire assault. And all that happened in the Solar.
And if I refuse?
I shall have to beat you. I've
Hey,
commanded the
is a
special forces for a while.
classic arm
good at
cross
beating others.
stock animation
You're a
from
witcher.
the 2010s.
You'd endure
Still
much.
see it sometimes today.
Believe it.
Worst case scenario, you'll suffer through it, go back to your
There's
cell,
only so many ways to make a character
tomorrow,
cross their arms, but that
I'll publicly
specific
gut you,
like way
skin
they
you,
do it.
and hang you.
Just
It's a
like
Mass
for
Effect.
nothing.
No, for Temeria.
Downright praiseworthy. Where should I start?
It was a long day. I wish to hear the important bits.
Just so we're clear on this, I was not eager to go into battle, but Foltest is not someone you refuse.
Oh, cool. Are we gonna do a playable flashback? Thanks for framing her butt, Geralt. Appreciate that. Like, what's the plan here, bud?
Witcher, are you up? His Majesty, King of Temeria, Pontar, Mahakam, and Sodden, Senior Protector of Bruges, summons Master Geralt to appear before him.
Tell him I'll be there shortly.
Sorry to intrude like this, milady, but the King...
We heard you.
A pleasant day to you, milady. Witcher.
Stupid war. Could have been such a
Love
beautiful
the
morning.
unnecessarily high amount of detail on anything the camera's looking really closely at. Like the texture on the tent, but only when the camera was looking at it. There are no wise wars.
A wise war is a contradiction, Triss.
Then maybe you know just how I should advise our lustful monarch.
Stop falling in love, sire no further bastards, and don't wage stupid wars.
Genius. You know these bastards could vie for the throne in the future? Then we'd have an even more senseless conflict.
Which doesn't change the fact that
I know. Foltest and the other northern monarchs are neither the smartest nor the most refined. But they're kings, one of whom we serve.
and I'll see Foltest is summoned, protect him if need be. But once the castle falls, we leave.
Did you dream of the Wild Hunt again?
Always.
Mm-hmm.
Ghost assholes.
I get the feeling that dream's important. Running frantically through the forest. The Wild Hunt. They're the last things I remember. I wake up and try to relive the dream and the memory, hoping I'll find some guidance. Some clue to grab onto. Something that'll help me recover my memory.
Dreams can be very powerful. Some people claim they can even shape reality.
People claim a lot of things. The problem is, it's often nonsense.
We'll know in time. I'm sure of it.
One of the scouts swears he saw a dragon down by the river. Claims he ran into a Scoia'tael unit. That would have been it if the dragon hadn't swooped down. The elves apparently
Scoia'taels are the, like, elf
A
dwarf
dragon
rebels.
in the midst of civilization? Oh, please. Besides, does it matter?
I mean,
Witchers
squirrels,
don't
am I
hunt
remembering that right?
dragons. Or has something changed?
Nothing's changed. And you're right. It's probably not a dragon. Although it could be a forktail or a slizzard. Maybe even an overgrown wyvern.
The scout ran into some
Yay.
elves and scurried away. That's
I do
how
like
that
this as
story
a setting that
begins and
explores a
ends.
bunch of classic, like, mythological monsters and beasts. It's something that, like, J.K. Rowling did really poorly with in Harry Potter. So she really tried.
The unlucky assassin? How did the autopsy go?
It was a nightmare. In the months since you killed him,
Anarchy
these
squirrels
medics
for
poked
freedom.
around in his corpse like a bunch of
There it
amateurs.
is.
What arrived in that cart? Well, I wouldn't even call it a corpse.
Foltest has some trust issues.
I'm gonna find someone who is involved
His people
in
suggested he could
games like
probably
this
see
in
the
this
dark as well
era.
as you.
I assume they were using,
Couldn't
like,
have an angel.
standard
The killer snuck past
libraries
all
or
the guards and
something.
nearly killed Foltest
For dialogue
only a month
scenes
ago.
like this.
And now you tell me he was a witcher?
Possibly. I'm just saying what the autopsy showed. I haven't told anyone, nor do I plan to. I know what it could do to you if it got out. You might be a savior, a king's witcher now, but masters can be as fickle as the cults they ride.
All right. Time to look to the lustful king and his stupid war.
I'll join you later.
Game feels already better, I think. Dialogue looks nice and modern. I think I prefer this kind of like over-the-shoulder style to kind of more top-down, old-school CRPG look. Although I guess you had two options in The Witcher 1. Okay, let me see if I can do anything about sound effects versus... Probably fine. Whoa. Abrupt. Oh, that's pretty cool. It's a neat way to make the area look way bigger than it actually is. Is there like a trigger to change the sound like right on this threshold? That's really funny. Kind of clashes with the tone they're going for. Yay, already solved the Arkham Batman Vision problem.
Commandeering fishing boats. We shall cross the river to the town in those very boats, as planned by His Majesty King Foltest. What say you to that, flunkies? Long live the king! You one of us or not?
Good to see you.
Morning, Witcher. Those blades of yours should be useful today.
Oh yeah, he's got one blade is silver. Job done.
Foltest's would-be assassin. You said you'd ask around.
I put the word out. I did.
And
It's a riddle wrapped inside a secret.
I thought you knew people who could help.
I can give you any cutthroat in Temeria. Problem is, your assassin came from elsewhere.
You sure?
Sure as you stand before me.
Does Foltest plan to continue the siege?
No, we're to mount an assault.
Finally.
Truth be told, I'd rather sit here than risk my neck on those walls.
I did what you asked.
You killed the cockatrice. Wonderful. Tough job.
Routine Witcher's work.
I'll have your coin as soon as we finish off the Lavalettes. I'll be generous, I promise.
I'd like it beforehand. Promises made before battle are often hard to keep.
He's like, alright, well, I'm not doing that.
And that magic amulet.
Apparently that's a quest that happened before the game started.
Oh, looky there, new boy. It's that Witcher.
New boy.
Don't recognize your old mates. We're the Crinfrid Reavers.
I lost my memory.
As did Boholt. After the hunt for the Golden Dragon, he took a spill and hit his head on a rock. He can still be a beast in battle, but besides that, he don't do much save eat and shit. Rarely even lusts after women.
I doubt that's amnesia.
I'm Kenneth, and this one here they call Desperate, and this is New Boy. He's apprenticing with us, like. haven't had much luck with the monsters of late, so we enlisted. Now New Boy's gotten itself into this wager situation. Would you help us for old time's sake? I mean, we all got a little riled. But those are bygones, as I said.
We'd have set you free. The sorceress, too. Boholt was just fooling about the raping and all.
Oh, good.
What rape?
Shut your trap, Desperate. The Witcher don't remember. Waste of words to remind him. We're old mates, that's that.
So you'd have raped this old mate?
Just the sorceress. You were there to kill the dragon. The sorceress too.
Triss would probably
Peasants
fuck him up.
wanted at it, everyone did. But there was only one prize. And we argue there was some commotion, a regular rumble in fact. We tied you up like hogs, meaning you and the sorceress, and went after the beast. But the dragon thrashed us so hard.
This would be a nice video to continue to prove to YouTube that I can rate my videos correctly.
Who
They
was the
trust me
sorceress?
right now.
Raven-haired she was.
Oh, okay.
Remember her
Not
name,
Triss.
Conifer or some such.
The other one.
So, willing to help some old friends, Witcher?
What kind of trouble are you in now?
It's a matter of life, death, and quite a bit of coin in point of fact. New Boy bet tonight that he'll survive the assault and his shirt and knickers alone. We drunk a bit by then, I admit, but a wager's a wager. Our honor's at stake.
A soldier's honor versus a knight's. I think I
We
get
dealt
it.
with Triss a lot in the first game, but not Yennefer, or maybe we did do Yennefer and I don't remember.
Going's liable to be hard.
She's right in the beginning of The Witcher 3, right?
By courage alone. In any case, we've come into this bauble that's supposed to protect him, magically like. You mind casting an expert's glance at it, seeing as sorcery and such is not strange to you.
Let me see this bauble.
Your wolf medallion, I saw it shake.
It reacts to magic.
So it's true, what the priest said. Hear that, New Boy? You'll be safe. We'll fleece that night, we will.
There's clearly magic in the trinket, but I doubt it'll deflect
Hey, Namek,
swords
how
or
you doing?
arrows.
Shit, I knew it. I told you so, you idiot. Screw honor. Don your metal, New Boy. You'll go into battle, confessional and all.
So be it.
I feel like I know about
Like
Ciri,
to fleece the
Yennefer, and
noble.
Triss
Damn shame.
through cultural osmosis, although I think both Ciri and Yennefer are at the beginning of The Witcher 3. Triss has like a mansion in The Witcher 1, right? The main quest deals with her a lot. I'm trying to remember the specifics of the setting. Like, I remember most of the deal with Witchers being monster hunters that are like mercenaries. They get paid to deal with them. And they all have like imbued magic and use potions and stuff. Sorceresses are like uber powerful and only women?
Word is, way up north, there's a tribe of wild...
Your presence insults the gods. They'll turn away from us in battle.
Bloody sods. Bloody sods.
Hey, wasn't it you who defeated the Grand Master and put down the rebellion in Vizim?
They're getting what they deserve.
It is something that I did. It's kind of cool.
See him get hit.
I was there when it happened.
Does The Witcher 3 have save file transfer from 1 and 2, or did they drop it for 3?
Once and for all.
Stop bothering me.
Goat stew today.
Oh, okay.
Why the hell
The
not?
sorcerers are a thing. I feel like I remember there being like a tower and a quest in the first game involving a sorcerer.
With Foltest to victory!
I thought it was like sorceress with a capital S is like a particular class of magic wielder. Other people can do magic. Okay, yeah.
Those trebuchets are fucking pounding
The squares and rectangles things, sorceresses are mages.
Any advice from a veteran?
Kick their asses, Geralt.
Your presence insults the gods. They'll turn away from
Foothold
us
on
in
the
battle.
wall is all we need.
Yeah, Witcher magic is relatively shitty, right? It's like minor pyromancy.
Greetings. Can I interest you in a worthy cause? We could use your support.
In Dungeons and Dragons terms,
What's the
you have a
cause?
handful of like cutesy first, second, and third level spells,
Former
but
fighting men of need.
you're not like doing reality manipulation.
Gullible enough to fall
There's nothing to fall for. It's just some arm wrestling.
Arm wrestling?
Yeah, why? You put down some coin and we wrestle. Win and the pot is yours. Lose and... well, the coin goes to the fund. Care to test your strength?
Later. Let me save first.
Care to test your strength?
Oh, that's such a weird mechanic. It's like using the left stick. But it like drifts along with the bar. I don't know why the bar isn't smooth. I don't know if that's like a graphics setting thing. Like the game seems to be running smoothly enough. I noticed this interface issue when I was doing the settings earlier. Weird.
Ha! The fund grows. The veterans will be grateful.
Just figure out whether this is worth doing, because it very much might not be. Like if the load time is extremely long. Oh, that's not too bad.
Care to test your strength?
The weirder thing is like the frame rate on both the interface and the... Looks like it goes to smooth 60 FPS as soon as I finish here.
Well, that's some strength you've got in that arm of yours.
Okay.
Greetings.
I haven't played dice poker in a while.
Ah, it's like walking. You don't forget how to do it unless you're drunk. Roll a few rounds with me.
Not go too big here. Trying? Pressing every button. Oh god. Did it actually roll them off the table? It would be pretty funny. Okay, well. I had to push in a stick to roll the dice, which is weird. I'll save after this. Probably don't need to reload for 2 coins, but I will reload for 18. Hard to describe it. It's like they wanted to
Well, that's some strength you've got in that arm.
only show the frames of animation where it was connected to what was happening in the interface, instead of like interpolating fake frames in between them. Okay.
Greetings. Ah,
Let's roll some dice. What the fuck? I don't understand how this works. There's no there was a detailed tutorial for the other thing, which didn't seem like it needed it. If it rolls off the table, you just don't get to keep the dice? That's so weird. Okay. I don't know what's happening there. I'm just gonna load and not do it again. Like, I still don't know what the button presses to roll the dice. Iron ore times 2. Let's yell Yahtzee.
You're compass, not soldiers! Keep at it and none of you will see home! We'll skin them alive!
Okay, trying to press my buttons here. How do I put the sword back?
Ah, they're in for a beating.
This is my mistake for missing the tutorial that popped up before I picked difficulty, which is really odd. I was worried it was going to lock me into easy difficulty. There we go. Okay.
No passage.
Don't see
Any advice from a
before the
veteran?
fury hits him and he hacks off your head.
Ah, they're in for a beating.
A beautiful day for battle. Fear not, Excellency. We're out of range of their arbalists.
I am no warrior, sire. I must admit, I prefer to joust verbally or with a pen, the emissary of peace that I am.
I think Twitch and YouTube are both just like, don't linger
Finally.
around them, so.
Traitors of the realm boil tar on the walls while you dally with the royal advisor.
How may I assist you, sir?
We mount an assault today, and you'll be at my side. Follow me, gentlemen. Let's not keep the traitors waiting.
Sire, you said we were out of range.
That was a ballista, Excellency. Its arms strengthened with bronze plates and strung with horsehair. It can propel heavy bolts up to a mile away. A deadly and very costly weapon. An experienced crew can cock and release 2 bolts each minute. Yet it has one flaw.
How is this going to come up in the
Your
story
Grace,
very
please
soon?
take cover.
The recoil of the arms is so strong upon firing that the weapon shifts. It simply cannot hit the same spot twice.
I had no idea Your Grace was a learned military engineer.
I'm not. I gave the Baroness those ballistae 2 years ago for her birthday.
Sire.
What say you, Excellency, of men who live in spite of such means?
And what say you, Your Grace, of soldiers who...
Oh, shit.
Those who did this live no more.
He's not
Master
looking great.
Garrett, I wish to converse with you once the storm of battle has
Oh man,
subsided.
the freaky hair bug is back from The Witcher 1.
As soon as possible.
It's wild because this game feels like it's in a totally different engine.
Too often they take me for someone I'm not.
What do they call you, soldier?
I don't know that we ever figured that
Wait.
one out.
You served with me at Brenner during our foray into the Pontar Valley. Norman Sador. Still an arbalist?
Yes, sir. Fight has
They're
not been
really
conquered.
trying to...
Ha! Norman Sador.
Great
For your years
characterization of
faithful
Full
service
Test.
To the crown, I appoint you Decurion of the Arbalists. Onwards, gentlemen. No reason to dawdle.
He's not afraid. He knows about military engineering. He remembers some of his soldiers. How nice and efficient.
Forgive my candor, Majesty, but I must ask, what fate awaits the royal bastards when...
They're my children. If I hear bastard one more time, someone will die. Painfully.
Garrett's hair is actually a squirrel.
But the laws of succession are irrefutably clear.
Piss on the laws. I'll change them if need be. Above all, I'll not allow a band of treacherous
I'm sure
barons
he's
to
gonna be
use my
fine.
children as their banner.
Your Majesty is entirely within his rights.
I'm cool with it. I don't know. I think
And
it's
I have no other children.
the kind of storytelling rules that you should just do unless if you're planning
This
to
conversation is
subvert them
over,
intentionally.
Excellency. Please retire to your tent.
Video games don't have to be like movies and
Black
TV
ones in my
shows, but
camp
movies and
for a
TV
battle.
shows, their way of doing
What
it
has
is
the world
pretty
come to?
efficient, right?
Nothing would make me happier than returning his shriveled head to Emir in a sack. But Triss Merigold insisted I be patient and courteous. Was I? I always knew you were one of us. And bugger what folks say. They talked about Ada no end. Have you learned anything about the assassin?
They've done a much better job with this scene, at least, compared to The Witcher 1, of making it feel like the world is happening around me. The Witcher 1, like, is so, like, stark and empty that it kind of feels like everything is built for Geralt, but I kind of like having all of the, like, battle sounds around you, people walking around and doing stuff, right?
Triss did an autopsy. It's possible he was a witcher.
A witcher? What have I ever done to the ploughing
Red
witches?
Engine.
Anything more?
He had no medallion, but that doesn't mean anything.
Many in your
I see.
city withheld that information. After the battle, Triss will report to me. For now, Let us tend to the traitors. Where are you aiming, imbeciles? Soldier! Spyglass!
I think too few video game character scenes are efficient about conveying information and how we should feel about a character
Aim for the rogue with the red
at the same time, right?
6 months ago, he swore eternal friendship to me. Quickly! How much higher?
Don't make me actually pick. Relative to what, though, is a question. Oh, the blinking is interesting. The control on this is really janky for some reason. Is it 3? Like, what is it relative to is what I don't know.
Two and a half degrees.
Oh, I see what I was doing. I thought I was gonna have to report in text.
Did we hit the bastard?
He ducked.
Damn it. We'll get him on the walls. Follow me, Witcher.
That's cool.
You know, Witcher, I'm prepared to forgive Louisa. All she need do is to kneel before her king.
Normally I would reload that, but I like the line he ducked.
Never mind. I'm certain Louisa will realize her mistakes. Besides, children should have a mother.
I'm lost.
It's quite simple. Louisa and I had a bit of a tiff. She made demands I could not fulfill. Understand?
I think so.
Count Etcheverry and others immediately intervened, all noble, all sympathetic. They claimed the evil king would take her children.
This is a great
They
scene.
would protect them, even place them on the throne. And the Baroness was duped, her motherly love used. In truth, they desire privileges that would weaken the throne.
That's a swiving soldier's life. Taking orders, smash your foe. Going and country there, your wife.
It's pretty early walk and talk too. This kind of thing is very common now in like AAA narrative games, like God of War 2018.
Look alive, men!
This is like an insane leap forward compared to The Witcher 1. I'm kind of shocked. I was expecting it to be more like The Witcher 1, less like The Witcher 3.
Where the hell are we headed? What the fuck do we want? Victory! This I like!
Got something else going on?
Eyes on the bridge! We're nearly there! Weapons at the ready!
Oh, there's a little awkward silence there.
That tower was ridiculous.
It was designed to break the rebels' morale.
A bunch of lords and lordlings took a ride to then pompously stride on top of the walls, while the real army fought and died below them in the shit and piss-filled streets.
If years of service have taught me anything, it's that the Highborn don the best costumes and get the best vantage points, whether at a ball or in battle. But it's not the time for that kind of jousting, Witcher.
Curious how long this is going to be the framing device, but I really like it.
Things went relatively smoothly after we came out of that tower. That is, until we ran into Arian Lavalette.
This is really good so far. All of The Witcher 1, it was like, oh, this is kind of impressive for its time, and I see what they were going for. But here it feels more like they've, like, accomplished what they were going for. So I don't have to imagine what they were imagining, right? I could just see it. Why do I suddenly have totally different gear? What the hell? Weird. Oh, did I just get given this? Okay.
Crossbows for me!
Lord Suxon, you shall push for the center aisle and bring down that gate.
It's a good day to kill, your majesty! Follow me, gentlemen! For Temeria!
Lord Swan, you and your men shall follow me. We must capture or otherwise deal with Arian Lavalette in order to break the defenders' morale.
Yes, Your Grace.
Geralt, gentlemen, follow me. For the
Hey Simon, how you
glory!
doing?
Fall back, goddammit! I forbid you to die like imbeciles. Hear me! They've taken a good position, the bastards. If this persists, they'll pick us off like ducks, and I'm no duck. Any ideas?
Let's be ducks.
That ballista would do the trick.
Try to learn my buttons here since I somehow missed the tutorial. Meditation. Hard. Oxy. I gotta remember what most of these were. Igni was the fire one. Ard is like force, it knocks him back. Right trigger is hold the block, I guess. God, that basket of apples went everywhere.
Kill the Witcher!
So I can dodge roll.
Kill the Witcher!
Oh, I switch targets, I don't know. Nice.
Kill the Witcher!
I think it looks like they maybe got rid of RPG stats in this, or at least they're not quite the same. Maybe they still have them. I'm noticing the little combat log in the lower right corner there. too far away for y'all? Let's see how it is. Ah, the jank is still here. Hey, thanks, Carrying Moose. How you doing? It's been a while. Doing good? Oh, this guy's like plugging me with bolts back here. So do all Witchers just have a small amount of like magical regeneration? Still XP. I don't know which sword is which here, honestly. So we want silver for monsters and steel for humans, right? Okay, I think I actually had the right one then. Ow, shit. Gotta dodge? No! Where's it gonna put me? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Do I have to save aggressively? I guess. At least it lets me... skip cutscenes. Yeah, I remember talking about it. Yep, I remember. Don't depend on autosave, got it.
That ballista would do the trick.
See if I can hit... Okay, F5, I can do that with my keyboard. Yeah, right. Well, it's good to learn it early that I can't trust it, I guess. That would be a great place to autosave right there.
Stand your ground! Stand your ground!
What sword does he have out right now? Fuck. So whichever one he has now is the one that's ideal for humans. Okay, so I can look at the hilt, I guess. This game's just a teensy bit janky. Come on. Yeah, I think I was on the wrong sword before. I was trying to figure out the controls. I don't know if there was something bugged with the tutorial. It really doesn't feel like it should pop up and prompt it, like, while you're on the difficulty select screen. That was really odd. I thought maybe it was going to lock me in on a difficulty, so I didn't press anything. Oh fuck, I'm getting shot with arrows. Okay. Didn't see that guy all the way back there. I like them having to do the reload animation. It's cool.
Stand your ground!
Combat's pretty interesting in this. Nice. Camera got blood on it. Geralt's always doing things for the cameraman. I like that you have to worry about the direction of the shield. Instead of the shield just being like a weird abstract RPG defensive buff. If there's any unused buttons that I could bind to F5. I could do the foot pedal. Bind it off of left click. Okay, so we learned this earlier. Oh, he's just gonna auto aim it at the right spot. Okay. I'm just waiting to hear ballista noises, aren't you? The execution animations are pretty cool.
The tower men! Storm the tower! The gods are with us!
Yeah, the gods just erupted that door. When did Arkham Asylum come out again? So I assume that Tomb Raider 2013 came up with burst-based detective vision, but it looks like it was this. Enhancing armor. Okay. I don't want to mess with that right now. To do it from like a different menu or something? Upgrade item. Okay, sure, why not? I appreciate there's a short cooldown as well. I really like the group fighting scenes. Am I the only one that actually does significant damage? Okay. The combat's like pretty deliberate in this. It does not reward you for mashing, which I appreciate. There's an autosave, jeez. I gotta get used to the aiming on hard. It's kind of bad. I think there's no friendly fire here. I would be in trouble. Their armor enhancements. I really want there to be sound. Good call. I'm like, something's wrong with this menu. Okay, cool. Sword upgrade, arachnid oil. Okay. Alright, like oils are like a thing he does. I can only have one oil running at a time, I guess. Very interesting that none of this is tutorialized. Is that happening or not? I don't see the thing. The little circle is filling in. Oh, I see. It's a 20-minute buff.
Desist! Or be put down like the rabid dogs you are!
Aryan Lavalette. This will be no easy task.
Surrender, Aryan! You'll be treated with honor!
Go plow yourself, King!
Bury them in arrows! Come on, men! For Temeria!
They're well shielded.
You got a better idea?
I'll try to get inside. It shouldn't be hard if the archers provide cover.
That's the son of Louisa and the old Baron, heir to these lands. He's hot-tempered but good with a sword.
Be careful. I'll try to reason with him.
Cover the Witcher!
Okay. Level up. Kind of just gotta figure this out as we go. Training. Bigger regen is faster. Vitality up. Parry blows from all directions. Redirect arrows. I like the little jiggle when you move along this net. The regen is pretty important, but also I don't want to. I want to like get better at the combat, so I'm gonna try things that give me new abilities. Okay, so there are some RPG mechanics. Actually, a lot on that screen. All right, so what's the dagger throwing button? Just gotta guess. Okay. Pressing different things here, see if I can find it. It's not A. Whoa, that's pretty cool. So that's like scripted when they're near a ledge. Someone wants to look up the button press for throwing daggers. I'll take it. I've tried every button, I think. Unless if it's maybe D-pad? Like right bumper? Yeah, that's what I thought it would be, and that doesn't do anything. Neither is left bumper. Do I need to like physically have daggers, or is that like a free resource? I have to equip them. Okay. Pockets? I'm guessing I just don't have any right now. Probably wasn't the best thing to unlock. It wasn't clear to me if that was just going to be like an abstracted ability. Well. Whoops. Should have taken regen.
The famed Geralt of Rivia. You've fallen low, Witcher. Word has it you're one of the best swordsmen in the north. Time to test that rumor.
Enough slaughter. Surrender and Foltest will treat you and your men with honor.
And what guarantee is there that he'll not cut us down to the last?
None.
Foltest defiled my mother. Now he colludes with Nilfgaard.
The king leads an army. You have but a few brave men and your honor. In a minute, you may lose even those. Choose.
Hear that, men? The king sends a witcher, and we are to surrender, forgetting the very nature of honor and pride. We must choose. Shame or a witcher's sword? Is that how you would live? Will you bow your heads before Foltest?
Never!
You heard them, Witcher.
This is between us.
So be it. Stand back, men!
That's cool.
My nanny told me stories about you when I couldn't sleep. I especially liked the one of Renfrey and her rogues. As I grew, I dreamed of facing you one day.
That dream will not have a happy ending for you.
Blow the lily!
Halt! He's mine!
Still makes an effort to shield when you knock him down sometimes. That's cool. Lots of barks in this. It's not quite Xenoblade Chronicles. Xenoblade 2 is even worse? No way. I feel like I played some Tales game for a sub-block where the characters, like, clipped into their own barks. It was so bad. They wouldn't even finish the voice line before they said it again. Surrender, y'all. Hopefully I get XP for not murdering them.
The successor of one of Temeria's oldest families perished at the hands of a monster slayer. A sign of the times, I suppose.
You mourn, Arian?
No. He was one of a dying breed. And he was a traitor. Continue.
While I remember, what happened to the dragon?
It destroyed half the castle. Killed hordes of soldiers and flew off.
Where?
In the general direction of Edda.
To think it almost killed us all.
Arian Lavalet has surrendered the castle. Open the gate.
Arian lives!
Open now. Kneel before your king and I shall show you mercy.
Looks like we're stuck.
Indeed, and my magic's no good here. The main force down in those boats is going to beat us to town.
Well, Triss's default outfit's a little bit better in this game.
Empty now. I've had enough for today.
Tempting. Look, the King's special forces.
What of the Baron?
You really had to kill him.
I did. I tried to save him.
No other way sometimes.
So presumably I could have actually saved him with more techs. Different options.
Sire.
Vernon Roach. Tell me, Roach.
There's fighting in the town. A section of our forces crossed the river in fishing boats and swarmed the streets, burning, raping, pillaging. The Lavalets are making a stand near the temple.
What of the Baroness?
Alive and safely tucked away.
Unsoiled, I hope.
As you ordered, sire. She's fine. And beautiful as ever. The children were not with her.
But you know where they are?
In the monastery, but we've yet to penetrate that area.
Cross, quickly.
Protect the king!
Dragon! Take cover!
Cool.
To the hoardings!
Protect the king! Run for the hoarding! I'd give my leg for a heavy crossbow right now.
It's a dragon! I can't believe it!
Miracle, stop admiring it and do something!
It's not that simple!
Before the brute turns my army to cinder!
Witcher, how do you fight something like that?
You don't.
You run. Yeah, I was gonna say, right some shit.
You are.
We've got to get to the town. We might
Yeah.
stand a chance.
Is it true you witches don't hunt dragons?
Oh, that's a nice touch.
You want me to go over and tell him?
No idea. You're the monster.
Dragon! Take cover! To the hoardings!
I didn't know that about Witcher lore. That's cool.
At the gate! At them!
This is a very well told story so far. I'm enjoying it. Lots of text, lots of dialogue. It's nothing like a Souls game. Sorry, I'm gonna be salty about that for a while.
Blasphemers!
To the tower! Back up! I'll open the gate! Quickly! I can teleport myself, but not you! Run! I can't hold this for long! Call the Arvel!
Triss!
The bridge is burning! Quickly, this way!
Full spectacle in a lot of these scenes. Oh, I like the look of it. Those stumpy legs.
Plowing dragon nearly reversed the course of the battle.
The fighting should have scared it off.
Forget the dragon. I need to hear how this story ends.
It's hard for them to take like plow as a synonym for fuck series. They use it exactly in the way you would use fuck, but they'll also say fuck, I think, right?
Tell me how you got into the monastery courtyard.
Heard them say shit. I know that that's what it means, and you can use it that way in real life, but it's weird hearing it as like an oath.
Ha!
A cuss.
And they said we couldn't get near the walls. Half a day and the town is taken.
Report! Fighting for the castle continues, and a group of rebels have barricaded themselves inside the monastery.
What of my children?
Likely in the church as well, sire. Fen took a priest to task. Finally mumbled something about a passage neath the walls.
It would take a week to get a battering ram in here.
Axes, sire?
That will also take time. But what other course do we have? This priest. What of him? What of this passage?
I fainted before I could really get going on him. He's under guard below.
You've some work to do, Commander.
Yes, sire. Silas, you look to this door. Fen, come with me.
Witcher.
Your Grace.
I've a mission for you, one suited to your abilities. Vernon can be persuasive, but he's also hot-tempered, at times losing both his self-control and his subject. You must try to find this other passage on your own. Succeed, and you'll be the envy of all Vizima.
Maybe Roach will get something out of this priest. It's a relatively large town. I could use a hint.
I'm counting on him. But time is of the essence. Please explore the area. We seek a tunnel or something similar. Beware of traps. They may have planted some. You're best suited to this. My men lack your skills.
All right, I'll go.
I'm relying on you, Witcher.
Where are those axes? Move your asses!
Throats parched from all this running about. We need booze for the evening.
Greetings.
Greetings.
Eh?
Would you release us, soldier, sir?
Shut it.
We're
Common
innocent.
muggers. The king will decide your fate.
My thumb! What will I do without a thumb?
Common muggers.
So many men will die, all because of one bitch.
I see. Oh my goodness, I can go inside a house. Whoops. Okay. Video games. I think I need to resolve this combat to leave. Uh-oh. How do we do it there? Nothing in here anyway. Okay. Alright, that's interesting. Pick herbs.
Where are these wolf hunts coming from? I thought we cleared this area. Are they coming from the grave? Kill the witcher!
Do the well. I'm seeing what else is in the area first. I think herbalism was a skill in the first game that you could level up by gathering flowers. I don't remember. But there aren't any inventory limits in this game. Hey, it saved. Drink potions. Did I drop it? Hold on. There's a separate button I had to press there, I think. Oh, you like add it to a little list there. Okay, I think I get it. Got it, okay. Now everything's in sepia tone. Sneak button. I think I'm on the wrong sword again. It's confusing because the one that says rune on it is steel. How do I actually switch here is what I don't know. I just have to remember that it's the opposite of what I expect. The one that says rune is a steel sword. Pretty cool. I guess not. Is that a thing they do in The Witcher 3? It's really cool flavor to have the two different swords. I assume that's like crucial in the books. I think CDPR has done a really cool job of adapting really specific lore concepts from the books into game mechanics. Even ones that might not work super well as game mechanics. So how do I dismiss I thought it said whenever I meditate, it dismisses the existing potion effects. Kind of them to let you level up without explicitly meditating. I think I can get rid of it right now.
Scoia'tael.
Blow the lilies! Death to the sister fucker!
Really have room to back up from these guys. Oh, so block kind of sucks in this game. Good to know. Shit, things are going okay. Whoa, that guy got a little stuck on the wall there. You okay there, buddy? Advanced sword fighting technique. Getting your pathing fucked up on a corner and flipping back and forth several times per frame. God, I hope this game has no inventory limit. The worst case scenario is that it does have an inventory limit, but one that I won't encounter for hours. Me, that's like, oh wow, cool vista. I was admiring the vista, asshole. Come on. Appreciate they give me plenty of little cliffs to knock dudes off of. That's cool. Hard to see. This abrupt change of this blue armor, like, I don't know what happened there. It feels like something that would happen if there was like an optional DLC armor or something. He didn't start with this in the flashback. He just suddenly had it when we went from... We like returned to the little framing device with Roche interviewing me. Then we came back and he just suddenly had like a blue cloak and a hood on. And I was like, okay, is it just because, like, in the first part where they had me walking around, I couldn't access equipment yet, and this is the first scene where now I can do equipment? Yeah, it's got, like, the fancy red book and everything. Like, it looks like it's a DLC thing. Part of the enhanced edition, sure. That's why it felt so odd. It's cool looking, I'm not complaining. Just... kind of like, so it's interesting. It feels like this game pulled back from The Witcher 1 and tried to go for a more like authored linear level design, at least for this flashback part. Okay, I don't know if the whole game's going to be in flashback or we're going to catch up to the in media res thing. But then The Witcher 3 is like all in an open world, so it's kind of cool to see it go in one direction and then swing the other direction. Yeah. I encounter it sometimes. I like when it's like something in an there's like a setting you have to select to import it. It's not just like suddenly there. Yeah. You guys synced your grunts beautifully. Nice. Assume there's just a chance to crit whenever someone's been staggered by art or whatever. So, I don't know if I get an in-game description of what all my shit does. Hold on. I don't remember most of them from the first game. So there's art is like force push, kind of. Igni is, you set them on fire. One of these is like a charm, I think. What do, someone just tell me, what do Erden, Ken, and Axie do? I can experiment with them in combat, but... Erden is a trap. Igni's fire. Ken's a shield. Axie's charm. Okay, thanks. I figure that out. Erden looks like it's time, so I can try to remember. So hourglass means put a thing on the ground and it'll hit them later. Shield. I probably can't remember that. We'll try this one. Why not? Seems like it would be helpful when I'm constantly being put up against multiple enemies. See that I have to let them in. Like a lever somewhere here. So a little X button prompt there. Oh, it's for herbs. See the exclamation point. Sorry if this is like super obvious. It's like there. Trying to do what you guys are doing. I like go back in here and then find a way to open it. Oh, I think I maybe understand, maybe not. Do I have other upgrades now? Let's see. Probably the worn leather gauntlets are worse, right? Yeah. Okay. Crafting component. Trinkets. Like a hallmark of modern game, like little QTEs like that, is that you don't actually have to mash. You want to create the feeling of mashing, but doesn't actually like register presses more than once every few frames or something. Which is nice, I'm not complaining, that's a good thing.
You have just become the most titled witcher in the world. And the wealthiest.
That depends on you surviving.
This is all over, sire.
See, Vernon? Geralt succeeded.
Lucky he did. The priest was downright discourteous and went off to meet his gods.
I saw Scoia'tael on the river.
Where? How many? What colors did they wear?
Plough the elves. We'll tend to them later. The monastery awaits.
Hey, things with effects. How have you been?
Scoia'tael. This puzzle is beginning to come together, Geralt. You're either telling the truth or weaving a very convincing lie. I want to hear the rest. Foltest bastards. The Solar. What happened?
We might have arrived at the same time, if not for tales.
Be specific, Witcher.
Well, the Archpriest told the truth.
Nice.
His Majesty King Foltest of Temeria.
Mostly
Arthur
Zelda,
Tales,
it sounds like.
Erstwhile Count of Nesvelt. I signed your sentence.
Yes, yet the Baroness saw fit to pardon me. An awkward situation, to be sure.
Anais and Boosie. Where are they?
The royal children.
Don't test my patience, Tales, and I'll grant you a quick death.
Confess, Foltest, before the gods and the people. Boosie and Anais are the fruit of your loins. Bow to the gods and admit the truth.
Nice.
You may not have noticed, Tales, but I just took this town.
Aided by murderers, sorcerers, and a mutant for whom nothing is holy.
Yeah, it's kind of my thing.
This is hallowed ground. You will not raise your hand against a servant of the gods.
Where have you taken the children?
Oh, cool.
The Solar. They're in the Solar.
XE Hex failed.
Blasphemy! Sorcerer's tricks!
I wonder if it's supposed to fail there.
Quiet down, Tales. This is a church.
I'll not forget this, mutant. You hear?
Damn, I've seen assaults go awry, but the dragon topples them all.
I don't know if it was just like a skill check roll, or it was guaranteed to fail, or what.
Witcher's trickery. Stinking murderer. I remember Blaviken.
Oh, I thought they had the same guy for all 3 games. Did they change it? Or you mean Henry Cavill? Hey, Han, how you doing?
Peasant homes always make a good bonfire.
But why? Why?
Why he? All right, I think the dragon might be attacking us, y'all.
The dragon's back!
Oh man, Shenmue shit. Alright, thanks for that extra day off, Jan. It helps. I really like that they went for a non-standard look on them. Didn't see a Y button prompt at the end there, whoops.
The dragon's back!
Pressing it. Anything stopping me from just mashing Y? Yes, apparently.
The dragon's back!
I can't.
Oh, there was another one there. Okay. I guess I pressed it and then the death from it was delayed. Oh, the roof of his mouth. Oh, jeez. Oh, my sword. And this is silver sword, too.
You saved my life.
Wait,
again.
I guess not.
Ask what you will of me, Witcher. Within reason, of course.
I need to leave, sire.
Maybe it's one of the like dozen or so short swords I've looted.
Are you blind? She's enamored with you. You may leave, and none shall stop you. You have my word.
All right, that QTE is weirdly unresponsive. I don't know how to put it, but it's like the Y button comes up, and I guess I expect that if you successfully press it, it would like flash green or fade or something. But it's just kind of on the screen, and then whether or not you press it at the right time is a mystery until the cutscene resolves. I guess I hadn't thought about like game feel on QTEs. Every game I've played that does them is fine, right? Like Shenmue, like it plays a little sound effect, right? You know right away. I guess it's kind of like the soundless menu in that respect. It's insane.
Who goes there?
Foltest. I've come for my children. Geralt, wait here. You might scare them.
Bad idea.
Ah, thanks be to the gods. My prayers are answered.
This guy, the cool assassin from the opening cutscene. And they take them all out, including the bull cut.
Go, Boosie.
That's not my father.
But it is your king, boy. Bells, your triumph is complete.
You there, weird priest. What's your name and background?
Taken, sire. Time to thank the forefather and the mother creatrix for this great victory.
A moment, blind man. I've not seen my children in 6 months.
He's clearly harmless. He's a blind man.
Listen to me. Your mother and I quarreled, but that is over. She was deceived. Evil men turned her against me.
I'm not gonna trigger oh my god because they're doing this on purpose to make you feel dread.
No tears, Boosie. One day you'll be king. And
there's not going to be a King Boosie. For many reasons.
Armed men approach, sire. Children, go to the refectory.
My knights will soon be here. You must meet them, for one day you will rule them. Boosie, go wash your face. They must not see that you wept.
There's a bucket of water in the next room.
Yeah, it's really not acceptable for children to
Help
cry.
your brother.
Here we go. He's not going to kill the kids, though. Yeah, so like I feel like oh my god would be inappropriate here because of how heavily intentionally signposted that is, right?
They must look like the royal children they are.
They have your eyes, sire.
Yeah. That was a good scene, though, because you, like, start to be worried the instant you show up, and you get separated from Geralt, right? And there's a whole bunch of scenes, like him slowly turning the corner around the wall. Good shit. Although it is weird that the king randomly trusts a blind monkman. I think they did a really good job with full test too, like making this count. They could have easily just opened the game with this scene and like it wouldn't work because you don't know who this guy is. You don't know why Geralt would be bummed. He's not just bummed because he promised him land and titles, but because he didn't seem like he was a terribly shitty dude. Eyes are cool too. All the slow-mo. Well, fuck. That seems like the thing that would happen, right? Kids could vouch for me, right? Yeah, right. It'd be a great opportunity for him to just go, fuck.
I suppose that's the extent of what you'll give me.
Does this mean I'm free?
Foltest, King of Temeria, has been murdered. Unfortunately for you, you're the only suspect.
The murderer outsmarted you, so I'm to rot in this dungeon.
Oh, no danger of you rotting. You'll hang.
Convince them otherwise.
I have no influence over the court.
Foltest told me a lot about you.
If not for him, I'd be a drunk or a vagrant. Foltest did more for me than my father ever did. But then my father did exactly nothing, for I never even met him. In any case, I'll not rest until the murderer is punished.
Tell me how you serve, Vernon.
I carry out orders others are incapable of executing.
What's the situation in Temeria?
The Council of Regents has convened to restore order. That means three things. Utter chaos will prevail, Visima will run dry of wine and strong drink, and the local whores will make a killing.
Is Triss participating in the meetings?
Indeed. Only to find out that she's no longer needed.
How do you know?
It's my business to know.
They want to run a kingdom without a sorceress?
They already have a kingdom without a king. They'll use every opportunity to get rid of her.
Who will rule?
Some really good one-off lines in this so far.
And Baron Kimbold, who already tussle for control of Lavalette Castle.
What about Foltest's bastards?
The king's blood runs in their veins. So yes, they are entitled to the throne. Not some drooling nobles.
What if someone vouched for me?
You have a witness.
The children.
I was thinking of Triss.
Was she not your lover? Who knows? But it's common knowledge she is.
What happened to her?
Ah, she's fine. She's been invited to the next meeting of the Council of Regents.
For fuck's sake, you command the Blue Stripes. Do something. The real murderer is free, and he's further and further away with every hour you spend prancing around in here.
I find the Killer Monk story unconvincing.
I don't claim he was a monk. He was wearing a frock, though. He sailed off in a boat with some Scoia'tael.
Would you recognize him?
No problem. A mountain of meat. Never seen anyone bigger.
I do like the idea of like a beefy, like heavyweight assassin. That opening cutscene was cool. It was very like 300, but with all those snap slow-mo stuff.
I'd go after the Kingslayer.
You know where to look for him?
Some Scoia'tael helped him escape. That's where I'd start. I expect you might know this particular group of elves.
How'd you work that out?
They wore blue striped masks.
It's like an unusually tight arm cross.
Commando. I know where to find them. We've a trail to follow after all.
If you want to start over and take it easy this time, get me some food.
Now that you mention it.
Vess!
Bring us food and drink.
They really like everybody's clothes in this. I think they all look good.
Shame you didn't think of that earlier.
It's your own fault, Geralt. Your fate is in your hands.
Right.
Thank you.
So our flashback didn't last super long. I like the sound design a lot. It's just something, even with me adjusting it, the mix just feels weird.
Vess is one of my best people.
How'd she wind up in the blue stripes?
I pulled her from the
It's like all the sound effects are happening like center channel, like in the front of the camera.
The unit commander took a liking and spared her. One last thing. This file is about one Geralt of Rivia.
And Foltest's death?
Actually, Geralt's death. The report details events from 5 years ago.
Classic page turning stock sound effect.
Rivia.
Oh, cool.
Population 1,000.
I like this style of cutscene.
In that, 253 non-humans. September the 25th, 1268. A riot erupts.
It's weird that they have arm months.
Streets.
Maybe that's like a translation thing.
One person finds the courage to face the raging crowd. During the rioting, 76 non-humans perished, including the Witcher Geralt of Rivia. Stabbed in the chest with a pitchfork by a man of whom we know only that his name was Rob, and he owed 3 crowns at the local tavern. Yennefer of Vengerberg dies trying to heal the Witcher. The bodies of Geralt and the sorceress are taken away by a mysterious young girl with ashen hair.
Interesting.
Their place of internment remains unknown.
I remember. Rivia. Yennefer.
The whole butcher's thing.
I saw my own death.
And the rest? Have you regained all your memory?
That's all. I just remember the end.
Like them having him hesitate to kill the peasant with the pitchfork.
Interrogation's done. Restrain the prisoner.
She can't sit down for like a minute, man. He's called her in like 3 times. In like the last 5 minutes.
I'll take the key.
How many times you devs want her to leave the room?
I sail upriver at dawn. Guards will collect you in 5 minutes.
Kid shot me in the ass.
Eat. You'll need your strength.
Yeah. I kind of appreciate it. Like, I think the more fantasy stuff you come up with for calendar dates and and fantasy names, the harder it is to get into it as an outsider. I feel like a lot of it you can blame on translation. You can say, okay, well, in this fantasy universe, the months aren't our, real world months, but we're going to translate them to that to make it easier for you to understand.
Not yesterday. He was a hero, pretty much. Everyone's man.
personally saw him cut down 20 men in the blink of an eye, so it's no surprise.
See him dashing along those walls? Can't rightly say I ever saw his sword the blade move so fast.
I thought that beast would tear him to bits when it came out of the clouds.
Delayed don't mean denied. Hangman will do that tomorrow.
Lousy smart.
Say we, teach him a lesson for what he did to Foltest.
I'll not touch the scum. I get scurvy.
Right. Hangman will do it. He's pox.
Hey, my manacles fell off. Can you help me get them back on?
The freak's freed himself.
How the devil did he do that?
We've got to get in there. You go left, I'll go right.
Did not go as well as I was hoping. I don't think that's really working right now. Maybe I need more upgrades for it. And then Geralt died. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. The perfect place to save, right at the beginning of the scene where that's likely to happen? My god. Alright.
What? No.
What just happened?
What say we, teach him a lesson?
Guard. Come here, good man.
Why are you hollering? Do that again and we'll shut you up.
How long are you going to keep me in here?
Can't wait to see the hangman, eh? Don't worry, tomorrow's your big day.
I can't wait to see him skinned alive.
You wouldn't say that if these bars weren't here.
Is that so? Let's see.
Oh, that went better.
Rip your guts out!
It's weird. Maybe it wasn't developed natively for controller, and that's why some of the controller stuff feels weird, but it feels like it should be. We seem to have restricted the button presses. There's no like weird hold left trigger and then press this to do this. How much stuff there was signposting the king's death, but as soon as he was like, oh, you're gonna have so many lands and titles, you're gonna be so rich, like, this guy's so fucking dead. I kind of like the idea that, like, it sucks to be Geralt and just shit keeps going bad for him all the time. He's just like cursed.
Damn torches. I can't sneak out in this light.
Oh, that's cool.
What was that?
Not again. I need a drink.
It's gonna be able to set people on fire. That's nice.
Sell what you love.
No, not really. actually.
Oshka, you're gonna get it.
Okay, my ability to roll is diminished in sequences like this, apparently. Oh shoot, did it save? Is it gonna put me back again? No, okay, I must have saved.
Damn torches. I can't sneak out in this light.
That works.
Leave me be. Let me alone, please. Don't hurt me.
It's a cool way to get some, like, use out of his not so impressive magic. You gotta come up with explicit game sequences for that particular ability.
What was that?
You deaf or what? I said a prisoner's escaped! Guards!
You
Where
wanted
the hell
a
is
everyone? There it is, first-rate carving. Wanted me inside? Here I am. What
Snitch.
the fuck else you want from me?
What are we... You tell him!
First of all, pierced heart with mum on it. It's hiding.
So, where's his prisoner, huh? Mind playing tricks again?
He knocked out the other guard, dude.
He was there a minute ago. I'll show you, scum. Flap that tongue of yours again and I'll rip it out. How are we supposed to see the corridors among all those scabs?
And we said back, not backside. How are we supposed to glance at that? You need to drop your trousers every time.
Yeah, I love that. Whoa! Oh, there's his torch went. Swoop! I guess he's being quiet because the guard threatened him. Makes sense. Yeah. Oh, he just refuses to take their weapon. No.
I am Shilad Fitz-Estelin, emissary of the Empire of Nilfgaard and its most divine Emperor, Emir Var Emrys.
What do you want of me, Nilfgaardian?
Simply to speak, my lady.
Ah, really? Something you would not dare were my son still alive.
I very much regret the death of the Baron Lavalette. Please accept my deepest condolences. Yet
yeah.
It is precisely
Could you spare
his
him?
loss that renders our conversation mutually desirable.
Let go of me. I shall walk unaided. I shall return, rogue, and I shall repay you.
Let us go, my lady. Your cries can do us no good.
That's cool, just with different dialogue options. It fits. I like that. Maybe walking there triggers like splashing sounds. The mini-map is slightly confusing. It'll let you go into things that don't look like rooms on the map. Cool club drawing sound effect there.
You snake! You pig! You goat!
Surprised you guys follow through here after seeing the way the AI behaved earlier. Gonna join me in this choke point, y'all? Nice. Cutscene was actually not very nice. It almost got me killed. Junk. Do you have mildest bark of all time? Always weird when they put like the action command on the same button as swing your weapon. I don't know if I was supposed to do this. Just let me walk in the door and just, it's fine. We're not going to immediately trigger a cutscene.
Come in, Master Geralt. Allow me to introduce the Baroness Lavalette, mother to the royal children, who at present mourns the passing of her eldest son.
Milady.
I comfort the Baroness with assurances that House Lavalette need suffer no more, its future brighter as it stands protected by the Empire of Nilfgaard.
Did you kill my son, Arion?
Yeah.
I had no choice. He knew what can happen once swords are drawn and begin to swing. He chose death over shame.
Stubborn like his father and grandfather before him. Honor above all.
It'll work
How
out.
did he die? Did he suffer?
No. I doubt he felt the final blow. Didn't even see it coming.
There's that, I suppose.
Milady, I killed many during the assault, not just your son. War demands sacrifices. You might remember that the next time you're about to start one.
Have some compassion, Master Geralt. The Baroness requires support. She is distraught as it is.
Unnecessary toil, Excellency, for witches have no feelings. And the truth, especially when painful, can wake us from the slumber of self-deception. I deserved as much.
Milady, I wouldn't trust the ambassador if I were you.
Master Geralt, let us be serious, please.
Let him speak. I wish to hear this.
I didn't know your son, but I know he saw the Empire as a foe, as did King Foltest.
You've no notion of the events transpiring in the kingdom, of what Kimbolt, Maravel, and their ilk are capable. My duty is to Foltest's children, their safety. And though I too see a pact with Nilfgaard as a pact with the devil,
double triggered.
I feel I have no choice. Besides, can you say that you really knew the king?
Well enough to be confident of my words.
Yeah, there were like two scenes that did a really good job of conveying who he was to me efficiently.
Kind of a man was he? I wish to know your view.
I like the soldiers.
He laughed at pleasantries, envied those better than him, feared those stronger, despised the weaker, and killed those he hated. Those he loved he presented with ballistae. He was a man like any other, except he was born to be king.
True. He was a boar in a crown.
Milady.
And that was the first and last honest epitaph he'll get. Once the poets start in, nothing will remain of the real Foltest.
Milady, you will set down your memoirs. I shall make that my mission. Once we bring in the appropriate artist...
Later, Excellency. All in due time. The ambassador questioned your guilt. It seems now that I too believe you did not slay the king. Your Excellency, you will aid the Witcher to escape the castle. That is my wish.
But, my lady, this would represent an immeasurable risk in my estimation. And there is the matter of your son.
He chose his fate, and departed in a manner worthy of the Lavalettes. How am I to believe you'll protect me from reptiles like Kimbolt and Maravel when you balk at the notion of deceiving a few prison guards?
No, most of those guards
Milady,
are dead now.
I shall do what is in my power. Give
Three
me
of
a
them are
moment,
knocked
Witcher,
out.
then proceed to the main gate.
It's really funny to just walk in that room.
The witch has fled his cell and is raging in the dungeon. Restrain him immediately. One more word, soldier, and I shall personally make certain you hang beside the fugitive. To the dungeon, on the double.
Thanks, lady. don't know why this menu feels so weird to use. I like them taking away all your stuff. That's cool.
Halt! Oh, blimey, is that you, Witcher? They say you killed the king.
Well, I didn't. And I'm going to prove it.
I'm inclined to believe you.
Glad to hear that. It'd be pretty stupid if I had to kill you now. Did all the Reavers survive the assault?
Aye. They've been drinking themselves silly for 2 days now. I believe I owe you something.
You don't owe me a thing.
We wound up in a boiling cauldron during the assault. You know how it is when knights get caught in a tight passage. Nowhere to go. Those in the back push forward. Those in the front are stuck. And halberd blows raining down from above. I'd have been crushed if not for my armor. And about 10 blows landed on my helmet. My ears still ring and I puke time and again. But I live and breathe.
Yay!
Concussion. It'll pass. Were you on patrol with the Reavers when they ran into those Scoia'tael?
Aye.
Kenneth mentioned the unit was especially vicious. Notice anything out of the ordinary? A unit emblem or something?
The fantasy convention. George R. R. Martin does this a lot too. Just like a regular real-world name, but we remove a letter or add an extra letter.
Where did the dragon come from?
I've no idea, but it saved our asses. The elves ceased shooting at the sight of it. Can't tell you anymore, as we fled right then as if the devil himself was on our tail. Take this. Kenneth told me to study up, but I've not the mind for it. Just not cut out to be a dragon hunter, I guess. It could be useful to you, though.
I need to go.
There are sentries on the dike.
I have to go.
I'll slip through.
Can you distract them?
I'll try, but remember, count me out if there's a fight.
Hey, dude, you look like you're like looking at my forehead. Someone who struggles with eye contact, I understand,
Just
but
give me a minute.
he clearly remembers me as being taller in my old outfit.
The Kingslayer's escaped. We need to cut him off. Follow me.
All right, let's go.
Give me Kingslayer. Came out of that game with such a negative impression. It made me really sad. I think the setting itself is pretty neat. I think whoever wrote the game though should be like one of the people who they have do the backstory and the lore, and not be the person who like writes the actual story. Manufactured. Shut up. I have to play Tactics again. I did play it on stream, Final Fantasy Tactics, but it was like in my first year of streaming, so it's been a while. I seem to remember Tactics, at least the War of the Lions redo of the localization being a little bit better. The PS1 localization was really bad. Yeah, alt skiff. Oh, well, so much for me taking advantage of that.
Over here.
Ow. I know that this game is after we started doing music that cuts in during fights and then fades away once the threat's gone. I feel like that was in... No, I had to kill New Boy. He just helped me. I can't keep that. That's horrible. How far back is this? It's autosave. Should make a save just... Oh, I can't save here. Man, that blows. Very powerful trinket capable of protecting its owner. Armor minus 10%. I wonder if that's guaranteed to happen. I still can't save. I'll just load and see what happens. This is what I get for exploring around outside. Oh my god! Game! I guess it's not that far. They really, like, time the autosaves poorly. Yeah. Created a time paradox, Snake.
Halt!
Well, I'm glad you don't. Were you on?
I was trying to save throughout all this, that's right. I'm like, why didn't I end up saving?
The Kingslayer's escaped. We need to cut him off. Follow me.
All right, let's go.
Geralt, over here.
God damn it! They really don't wander very far. Okay, I'm gonna try this one more time, and if it doesn't work, I'm just trying to spare New Boy. I know he's basically Jenkins. Stop being so damn attentive, y'all.
Halt!
Let me save here. Alright, third time's a charm.
The Kingslayer's escaped. We need to cut him off. Follow me.
All right, let's go.
Geralt, over here.
I'm coming.
You were to sneak out. Avoid anything resembling a bloodbath.
Oh, it's mad at me.
You left me the key to my manacles, not an invisibility cloak.
Okay, because I killed the guys in that hallway.
Right.
Not exactly. I'm no longer the royal advisor. I've lost my post, my home in Vizima. Witcher's mistress, they call me. Kingslayer's whore.
People say what they think they have to.
I know, but...
They'll change their minds as soon as we find the Kingslayer. Roach will see to that. Right, Spy?
I'm no spy, but you're mostly correct. An interregnum is chaos by definition. Rats like Baron Kimbolt and Count Maravel rule Temeria now, or strive to. But no one save old Natalis can restore true order.
Natalis is far away and of low birth. The crown's simply out of his reach. Baron Kimbolt, on the other hand.
Politics is secondary right now. Vernon, learn anything new about the Kingslayer?
A week ago, I got a message from an informer in Flotsam. He saw Yorveth in the company of a large, bald man, not unlike the one you described.
A week ago? Sounds like a cold trail to me.
We need to start somewhere. The trading post is a few days upriver, in the forests that lie on the Edirnian border. Yorveth's territory.
Flotsam it is, then. Triss.
Yes?
I'm a bit beat up. Will you look at my wounds?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go below deck. And I need you to tell me about Yennefer in detail. I want to hear it all.
Tell me
Even
everything.
things you don't want to tell me, even the things that might hurt.
Prepare to cast off! Clear the lines and all aboard.
Line's clear, Captain.
Or Vess. Someone at CDPR was really proud of the work they did on her like butt physics, and so they made sure to have her leave the room several times.
War is a good time to forge friendships, alliances. Harry and Lavalette, busy building walls and forging swords, forgot that.
These are really cool cutscenes.
When he was gone, those he loved were forced to forge friendships with those he hated.
Wow, they make this guy out to be way nastier in the cutscene.
Life can't be easy for anyone who's unlucky enough to be labeled a regicide. That goes triple for someone like Geralt. Could his luck get any worse? I've known The Witcher for a long time, and I'm sure that kings, courts, and politics concern him about as much as last year's snow.
This is the Bard, I think.
But hey, life doesn't always dole out what we expect, right? Sometimes it even forces us to associate with unsavory characters like Vernon Roach. No, I'm not making any excuses. And yes, I had my reasons. The Witcher spent most of the way to Flotsam talking
Hey, it's the Hitman 2 we ran out of budget cutscene style.
Water lapped against the boat's side. Triss told him forgotten stories of his unexpected child and his toxic relationship with the sorceress named Yennefer. Stories of a life stolen from him. Am I boring you? Don't set this tale aside. Give me just a few minutes more.
Yeah, really.
For someone special's about to appear in dire straits upon a scaffold.
"4 months earlier." I like the non-linear stuff. That's cool. Also, it works for the whole really old guy with amnesia thing. He's not like super old, right? He just has an unnaturally long life. But he's not like, you know, hundreds or thousands of years old. That guy's cool looking. It needs to be alive for some reason. Eating something. Oh, that's cool. He's like 100. Okay. All these scenes are good. Like, even this, you know, gets you asking the right questions. Yeah, it's aged really well.
Sheathe your sword, Elf. I'm here to talk.
Oh, is this
Bow
my...
low.
Oh, this guy, yeah.
You stand before a head crowned.
The head from the opening cutscene.
Demavend, king of Aedirn, by the grace of the gods. Sovereign of the Pontar Valley, and so on. And you,
This guy's accent.
a friend to non-humans. I have an offer.
Speak quickly and to the point. The Arrakis will soon return, and I'd rather know all before then.
I can add several more heads to this one. Each crown.
He's basically just really buff Agent 47.
Full test to start with. I barely escaped in Aedirn. I'll need help. Access to your hideouts and maps of your secret trails. And the support of the Scoia'tael.
thought he was southern for a second, but I guess
no
not.
gold and have no interest in the killer's fame.
Then why do you wish them dead?
It's a long story. Your beast nabbed his neck. Time to go. Do we have a deal, Elf?
Flotsam should be just beyond the point. We'll take the beach.
Who's we?
You and me. Reconnaissance.
I'm coming too.
You should stay behind. We can't be sure of the reception we'll get.
Precisely why I won't let you
I
go
don't think it
alone.
was polliting.
Someone's got to look after you.
Or if it was, he was doing a weird accent.
That time of the month.
Lighting's in Diablo 2 as well.
Any news from your secret informer?
The port's blocked. Some merchants are being held up for months.
What about roads through the forest?
Yorveth rules the forest.
Yorveth is a good name for a bad elf. Or I guess a morally gray elf.
Let's move!
Can we go?
I sort of like the way this game is formatted because it's like I can make what would be potentially a mistake, like letting
Very funny. But who does it belong to?
the guy die earlier.
I know more about the Pontar Valley than you think. For
But it
instance,
feels
I
like
know
it
that
has
Foltest
caused
stole this
problems
land from
for
Denethor.
Geralt, and that's more interesting for the story. So I don't feel like I have to reload like I would with like Paragon Shepherd or something.
Hear that?
Worst walk sequence. Elves, famously the only flute players in the realm.
That's
A
Vernon
recorder.
Roach.
Oh wait.
Special Forces Commander for the last 4 years. Servant of the Temerian King. Responsible for the pacification of the Mahakaman foothills. Hunter of elves. Murderer of women and children. Twice decorated for valor on the field of battle.
Yorveth, a regular son of a whore.
I've long awaited our meeting. Laid plans, set traps. And now you appear in my forest of your own volition.
You aided the man who slew my king.
King or beggar, what's the difference? One dwan less.
We need him alive. Know any useful spells?
Get his attention. I need to focus.
I'll try.
Climb down and we'll finish this. I await.
Ha! You're a man without honor, Vernon Roach. An insect I'll not duel, but one that I will crush.
Seems like you spout the same old elven drivel.
What do you mean, Witcher?
I've seen your kind before. Proud and shay, sneaking around forests. Helpless, yet masking that with acts of increasing cruelty.
I helped kill Roach's king. You call that helpless? Or would you call me a terrorist? No one will grant us our freedom, Witcher. We must win it for ourselves.
You're just another old elf in a young elf's skin, using clever words to mask an obvious truth.
Obvious, you say?
This is not about race or freedom, or even vengeance. You're here because someone powerful told you to be. Someone who's using you. They may wear a crown, carry a magic wand, or even lead a guild. But be sure of this. It's not about your freedom, your rights, or your ears. Nilfgaard plowed you once. Now someone new does. Am I wrong?
Those times are gone. No one will ever use the square tile again.
Who are you addressing? Me? Yourself?
More people use
or
the square
archers
tile.
in those shrubs?
Triss, now!
Nice time wasting. Oh, you tried.
Spars paired with one wart.
Oh, that's a cool effect. Like, what? I wasn't expecting to turn into butterflies.
To discourage them.
He just looks so disappointed.
You should have charmed the archers. They're coming.
I love that, like, a bloody nose is the universal signifier to an audience of that
Geralt,
took something out of that person.
Triss is spent, so no more butterflies. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Back to the boat?
There's even more of them that way. We must fight our way toward Flotsam.
It's a cool sequence.
Get your hands off my ass.
Who did you think it was?
I'm not a sack of flour or one of your commandos. I'm a woman.
I noticed.
I'm really sick.
At least I'll die holding a lovely ass.
Mine. I'll hold the spell.
Come on, let's go.
I think it's kind of ballsy to do this non-linear. I feel like you'd be afraid in an RPG that, like, oh, but then we have to keep track of inventory and level ups and stuff.
All I see are your boots.
Where the hell is that trading post? I'm starting to think we'll make it.
Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles.
Barrier's waiting. Triss.
Oh, I just had the same thought that
Give me a bit
affects.
more magic. Just look. Geralt, kill them now.
Sword of the Blue Mountains.
Scoil solid sacking! Alarm! Squirrels! There's a mage among them! Ready yourselves!
Hey, thanks for the follow.
You know each other?
Rather well. But he has amnesia. I actually took the Witcher by surprise when I killed Foltest. Fear not, Elf. I know Geralt. I know his weakness.
Kind of has like Bane vibes, like smart Bane. His voice is too high pitched to be Paul Eiding.
Too many spells at once. You can die from that.
See that?
Yeah, the Kingslayer and Yorvith.
You all in one piece? Who are you?
I'm a Witcher.
Emir var Emrys, spice merchant.
A trader?
In spices.
Uh-huh. And the woman?
Also
Might
a
go
traitor.
wrong. We barely escaped death. Be so kind as to tell us where we might get some rest. We'll explain everything later.
Very well. Head for the market square. You might be in time for the execution. Some ne'er-do-wells are going to hang. A dwarf and some bard. There's also an inn and a brothel.
You get
yeah,
a
the brothel sounds
sci-fi or a
especially
fantasy
interesting.
setting where a psychic
care
or a mage puts out so much effort to get an unbearable toothache.
Spice merchant. Not likely.
Did you say that?
Squirrels at our very walls.
Yorveth led them. I saw him with my own eyes.
You sure
Who
did.
are these blokes?
Yeah, this is great. So we're just gonna level you up, and it's gonna be back in time, but whatever, it doesn't matter. It's fine. Just enjoy the game. It kind of is silly for Geralt to level up in the first place. He's not that kind of character. I like kind of abstracting the RPG mechanic. Oh, there's like a tree. Okay, I understand. Air redirection sounds pretty useful.
Assault in broad daylight.
What about Laredo? Where's the commandant when we need him?
Ah, people, people. Welcome, welcome.
Okay. Oh yeah, the goat guy. One of the goat tribes in the Vale.
Oh no, I'm not talking to a freak.
Wait a minute.
Be off, or I'll call the guards.
Weird way to start a conversation, but okay. The hated river beast. A lot of characters walking around in their underpants in this.
Ah, some hanging. A bunch of non-humans and a spy.
Like, it makes you wonder if that's like a bug. This guy's in his underpants
Suppose I have seen my share.
and an apron?
That spy included.
Their pants didn't
He'll
load
shit
in?
himself without a doubt.
Like, it looks like some of them you can see their underpants from coming out from their pants. I think they're supposed to render separately, but...
I wouldn't want to down that about now.
Yeah, me neither. Sounds good.
Don't know that I've the strength to work today. New shoes. What happened?
He said he can't leave her just yet. She's going through a difficult time.
Oh, really? People walking around in diapers? Kingdom Come Deliverance needs to get their shit together. Well, I'd buy baggy shorts. They're like, they ride a little bit too high up. Right? Like...
I did just as you said, but the rain...
That guy's shorts, that makes sense.
Do I look like an
The
idiot?
dwarf guy. Where's the dudes who were in diapers? That guy has the little...
Gates are closed until further notice.
Yeah, this guy. I guess those maybe kind of shorts. They're so high above the knee.
Oh, welcome.
Not baggy enough.
I heard the poets to hang for debauchery.
For debauchery? In Flotsam? Must have gone on a real romp, that one.
I guess he did. They say he's a famous rake from Vizima.
Ah, they're hanging a
Famous
celebrity.
rake from
I
Vizima.
want to see that.
Maybe I met him. First game primarily took place in Vizima, didn't it? Exceptionally ruthless commander of a unit of squirrels. Oh, there's some daggers. It's weird that they made that such an early equipable. Does in fact go in the pockets. Oh, that's why I'm getting confused. Shit, I don't want that. I like sort by how rad it is, because my rad sort is like all the way at the fucking bottom now. I'm trying to put it in my pockets. This menu blows. Not a fan. Oh, it reset my upgrades from before. That's unfortunate. No sort option, it seems. Yeah, if I Google medieval baggy shorts, I see like Hobbit shorts, right? That go down to the knee.
What's the plan?
I think that that's a different thing than their diapers, right?
We'll take care of this, Triss.
Geralt! Geralt!
Hey.
Over here! Help!
Everybody here looks normal. Oh wait, nope, there's a guy. Anyone have the shorts? This guy has baggy shorts. That's what I found when I Googled it.
Notice board. Might find something interesting
here. Maybe.
Don't catch ya. Step back, White One.
Stand aside. I know those two, and I won't let them hang.
Piss on who you know. The law says they're to hang. Carry on and you'll join them.
What are they going to hang for? They don't look dangerous.
The charge is collusion with a Scoia'tael.
Dandelion, an elven spy?
The bard's hanging for debauchery.
What?
The sentence was he's to hang for debauchery.
And a sentence is nothing to scoff at!
Are you serious? Listen here, people. Is profligacy now a punishable offense in the free kingdom of Temeria? Or are we in Nilfgaard?
Piss off, freak!
Yeah.
Or you'll have me to deal with. Think of the common folk. You're spoiling their fun.
Well, a freak he may be, but he speaks true. Debauchery's one of my favorite pastimes, but I don't want a noose placed around my neck for pursuing it.
The soldier boys paid us a visit or two, though we didn't have much fun.
Away with you, Margot! Go back to your brothel.
Time to go? Fine. But hear this, people. He sure liked to parade about, but his Willie wouldn't come to attention. Ha!
Stop the execution.
Shut your trap.
Stop the
The
execution.
singer's to hang, and he will hang. This is a decent town. Whores and witches notwithstanding.
Watch your words,
Today I learned.
guardsman.
Thanks for sharing, Scare.
I don't know witches.
I'd never
but
heard that,
Margot's
seen that
a
word
decent
before.
Woman.
Shut it, all of you! Or I'll not vouch for what I'll do.
Thinks he's tough, showing off his balls. Don't fret, people. I've seen the rot on them.
I'm warning you for the last time, Margot!
You wouldn't hit a lady.
You're no lady!
Careful, Witcher!
Anyway.
Come on up. Got room for one more deviant. You freak. Want to squirm with the others?
I do kind of prefer this fisticuffs minigame, the way fist fighting worked in the first game.
Look here out! Assaulted an officer!
They'll hang anyway. Come on up. Got
Well, she can go. We don't know who she is. A little too slow there, Geralt. I might put some work into these. Assume they start to repeat animations after a while, but... I think it's the diaper plus apron combo that looks weird to me.
What the hell is going on here?
You buy the whole idea that, you
I
know...
said, what the arse fuck is
How do you
going
know he's
on?
king? He hasn't got shit all over him, right? Like, that people didn't have a lot of clothing to dress
I'd like
in.
to
But...
report out of my sight, Clover. A few ploughing bandits.
It's weird there's
you
just a
can't
couple
even
characters
hang them.
dressed that way instead of like the whole town.
You, stay calm. Hands off your sword. Our scaffold embraces speeches and hangings. Which will it be?
That's my dwarf friend from Witcher 1.
You have no right to hang them.
Interesting. Because I'm the law in Flotsam.
I take issue with that. Vernon Roach, officer of the king.
King's dead.
Well, blue stripes. The non-human hunters.
Precisely. Anyone suspected of collaborating with the Scoia'tael falls under my jurisdiction.
And Dandelion? What's he accused of?
He burned down a watchtower. What's your jurisdiction say to that? I thought so.
Is that true?
It might have looked that way, but I swear it wasn't my fault.
I'd rather give you a thief. Nags. I'm joking. I hate thieves.
Oh, he went
We
out
can
fast.
put on another show.
Didn't break his
Bloody
neck, though.
serious this time, mind you. Or we can come to an understanding.
Short drop.
Give me a minute, Witcher. Listen here. You may have heard rumors of the tragic events that transpired during the siege of Lavalette Castle. Sadly, they are true. King Foltest is dead. It's likely that Scoia'tael had a hand in this heinous murder. So you see, none of you can feel safe. That is why today, wagons with armaments will roll out into Flotsam streets. I hereby declare a state of emergency. Await orders. Prepare to fight. And ready yourselves to avenge your fallen king. Now disperse. Go to your homes.
What about them?
They'll not hang for now. Let's say
Zoltan,
I'm
now I remember.
reconsidering their cases. The scaffold's no place for civil conversation. We'll talk at my home. Your friends are free for the time being, but they're not to leave town. Come after dusk. I'll be busy till then.
Sucks for those first two
One more thing.
randos.
Welcome to Flotsam, Witcher.
Flotsam's a good town name.
They were really going to hang us. I don't know. I didn't mean to torch that watchtower.
Everything's all right, Dandelion. Let's get out of here.
Oh, we owe you, Geralt. Thank you. Time to hit the tavern. Come on, Dandelion, you need a stiff drink. And while we're at it, I'll tell you an edifying tale of local hypocrisy that conceals lechery neath a veneer of courtesy. Except nothing.
It's crazy how much better he looks in this. I know it's a new engine and all, but it doesn't seem like there was that much time between the release of The Witcher 1 and The Witcher 2. So we're still in that low-hanging fruit era. Notice boards. Indraga. Okay, it was worth doing pretty much all of these in the first Witcher game. True hero of Flotsam. Any money? Necker. A piece will be prayed will be paid to conduct prayers in our hero's name for 28 days. Killed a troll lurking near the ruined bridge. I love the text for all of these, it's great. Oh, do blacksmiths do teeth extraction? I guess that makes sense. They'd have the tools. I knew about barbers doing like lancing and stuff. When aprons were concerned about fire. Fair.
Damn, that was close. Innkeep! Vodka!
Triss Marigold. Lice eat me, but you are a treat to behold. Just a little pale.
Magic takes its toll, but I'll be all right. Good to see you and your beard again.
Can somebody tell me what happened? You set off a month ago for Zoltan's wedding.
That got fucked. There will be no wedding.
Did you hear about Foltest?
Rumors travel faster than the wind.
Winds and rumors. I want to know the truth.
I want to know how Foltest died. And the dragon, was there really one there? And who rules Temeria now?
Dandelion, calm down.
I haven't read the books. Are they from the perspective of Dandelion?
The dragon. Well,
I don't know if there's like an aspect of unreliable narrator
Where do the
embellishing
Marvelettes get a dragon?
things.
We heard it fought on their side, huge as a barn, they say.
dragons don't usually take sides. Maybe its lair was nearby and it just felt threatened.
If you hadn't driven it off, Foltest might not have taken the castle.
Maybe. We'll never know for sure. No wedding, Zoltan.
The Breckenrigs broke off the engagement because some limp prick put it about that I joined the uprising in Vizima. My would-be Popper-law refused to let a rebel firebrand join the family. Innkeep, where's our drink?
It was like this. We got to Mahakam a week after the Grand Master died. Bought Zoltan an absolutely grand doublet, a pair of Garibaldi Krakau's, and as a gift for Eudora, a jade stone as big as my fist.
You were broke as a joke by the time Dandelion threw me a bachelor party at an establishment called the Tight Lane.
Next day,
It's a
we
good
went
name.
over to the Breckenrigs. They welcomed us in, sat us down, and proceeded to discuss the superiority of Mahakaman mining know-how over any other. And that went on until dinner. Just when I thought I'd learned more than I ever wanted to know about mining, they served the soup.
You could have held a pin drop. Old Breckenrig rose and he says, "A real dwarf works a mine, not chases fame on the battlefield."
You'll never believe this, girls, but they served duck blood soup. It was as black as tar. They must have dropped lumps of coal into the pot.
Eat, Breckenrig says, then proceeded to slop 2 full bowls of the shite. Old goat. Hope his mind caves in on his head.
His fucked up index finger mirror across both hands. Nice touch.
Since when have you worked for Roach?
Hey, nobody said a word when you went out to save Temeria from the Grand Master and his mutants.
Relax, Dandelion. I was just asking. Do what you want. You're an adult, kind of.
Kind of.
That wasn't very supportive.
Laugh away. At least I decided to do something constructive.
You used to spy for Redania. Now you're spying for Temeria. Some might call you a traitor.
Ever tried to live off of poetry alone? The truth is, I'm a citizen of the world. As long as I don't serve Emperor Emir, I'm not doing any harm.
Even me, Geralt. You play the spy a bit, get bored and drop it. You know how he is.
Laredo said you're working with the Scoia'tael, Zoltan.
I have done many things in my life, Geralt, but I have never stooped to banditry.
The Scoia'tael don't consider themselves bandits.
But I am no Scoia'tael.
Triss, you're the expert on Temeria. Tell us who's in charge now.
It's chaotic and getting worse. The old families are fighting for supremacy, no holds barred.
Baron Kimbolt and Count Marivel, I bet.
Among others. After the assassination, while Geralt was in the dungeon, the lords convened in a field near Lavalette Castle to choose a new ruler. 3 days they debated. and it looked more like a
Interesting
bazaar
choice
than
to
a
have
meeting of
characters in
nobles.
the,
Except the
at
trade
least
was
in
important ministry
the
positions, spheres of influence,
the video
royal
games, not all have British accents, right?
Humans.
Or
In
I
spite
say
of
UK
several
accents.
duels and 2 poisonings, no king was chosen. Civil war was
I didn't watch enough of the TV show to notice if that was the case as well. I'm sure that's not something the author had any say in, because the original books are Polish, right?
Where were the mages?
Aye. Where were the grey eminences of this world when they were truly needed?
They weren't invited. Neither was I. But if not for their intervention, or rather that of a few influential sorceresses, Baron Kimble would have taken the throne.
I was invited to sing at his court once. Afterwards, he refused to pay me, and the food was awful. No way I'll stay in Temeria if he's crowned.
Did they ultimately resolve anything?
No. It ended as usual. Sadly, John Natalis remains our only hope.
Ah, the victor at Brenna, and Foltest's most tried and true field commander.
During the deliberations, he was several days' march from Lavalette Lands, with an additional 2,000 armed men in tow. He's to keep the peace until a rightful monarch is chosen.
He could find that ruling is to his liking.
Natalis is a soldier at heart. He's not suited to rule, and I don't believe he even wants to.
He's got the army behind him.
Which is why he can guarantee peace. Well, a tenuous one, sure, but that's always better than civil war. Besides which, he's deeply
I heard there was some like jealousy that
Eilhart as sorceress
CDPR's adaptation did so well, and like it's a big part of the reason why the books are well known now.
I think I've heard enough about politics. Foltest's killer lay in wait in the tower, where the Lavalettes had hidden the royal bastards. He was well informed.
Wait a minute, what were you doing there?
I was protecting the king.
Did they get the rights for a song or
Foltest began
something?
treating me as his lucky charm. He ordered me to be at his side during the battle. The dragon separated us from the rest of the army. The killer disguised himself as a monk, a blind one at that. He let Foltest greet his children, waited until I had walked off, then cut the king's throat from ear to ear.
How did he flee?
Jumped out a window into the river below. Yor with Skoyatel were waiting in a boat. It was planned.
And you're chasing him because
The books are like structured to be really episodic, right? Like
I need
there's
to clear my name.
a timeline, but
Besides,
we kind of jump around from story to story, different timelines.
Then some brave Temerian soldiers showed up, piled on me, and knocked me out.
Guess they got a
Save
first song.
yourselves, good folk! The beast attacks!
We better get out there. Someone's casting spells.
Ow, it's fuck. Oh, hello.
What sort of sorceress are you? A lot of good you did. Can't you hear me? Why didn't you help him?
He's alive, isn't he?
The beast nearly pulled him in the water while you stood staring like a calf at a shit-covered clover.
Watch your words.
Where's this beast?
Ask her.
Geralt.
Ah, I guess we knew each other.
Oh, look here. Birds of a feather.
Let's say I've heard of you.
Master Witcher, this is foolish. The beast near pulled Sozek into the depths, and you're simply chatting with this damsel.
Seems like she helped.
Sozek's alive, and nowhere near the depths. The monsters vanished without a trace.
You best take her seriously, lest you vanish without a trace.
All right. What happened?
I came to Flotsam to kill the Karen,
Karen?
the monster that has effectively blocked the port. A moment ago, I had the good fortune to see it in all its splendor, but the local folk scared it away.
Good fortune? You hear that, Sozek? That was some good fortune for you.
Why's the beast in the port all of a sudden, eh? Summoned by the witch, perchance?
To see it in all its splendor.
Sozek doesn't look too good. Lay him inside somewhere.
I like that. It's gonna
Right,
fail again.
we've dawdled enough already. Come on, lads. Let's
New
go.
ability.
What's this? I was ready for a rumble there.
Shut it and come on.
I apologize for interrupting, but I am Louis Merce, and I am chief person in charge of all matters related to monster hunting in
Chief
Flotsam.
person.
It is in this capacity that I must
long
inquire
title.
if you're willing to attempt to resolve the problem of our so-called Karen, the beast that now blocks all trade traffic on the river.
So, Witcher, are we willing?
I usually work alone.
I was here first, and I'll not relinquish this contract. My way or the highway, as the locals put it.
Fine. Your way it is.
You must contact the merchants on the waterfront as regards any rewards. Madame de Tanseville has, I believe, already conducted some preliminary negotiations.
That I have.
In that case, don't let me keep you.
Triss, how long must I wait for you to introduce us?
Sheila de Tanserville, advisor to Queen Zulika of Kovir.
Kovir's a long way north.
True. I had my doubts if the Kayran was worth the journey, but those were dispelled with what it showed today.
Here to hunt down some ingredients?
Triss Merigold. Sharp as ever.
You're thinking that...
Troll eyes, ghoul venom, virgin's blood, all those disgusting marvels we take from dying species, to throw into the cauldron at Sabbaths. Right, Triss?
Absolutely. Virgins are a dying breed.
Oh my. Your sense of humor seems to be intact too. But enough of these pleasantries. Tell me, Geralt, you saw the tentacle. What do you make of it all?
The beast must be huge. Maybe inhabited one of the Pontar's tributaries before, hunting animals. Then it grew for some reason, and hunger drove it to seek fresh pastures.
And on the Pontar it found trade barges burgeoning with obese, slow-moving merchants. You're partly correct. Cedric claims the Kayran emerged from the northern swamps approximately 1 month past.
Cedric?
Detail here is cool and fitting for his job.
Strange bird, but he knows quite a bit about the area and its living wonders.
I need to look around, find out a few things.
An investigation. Witches' rituals, extracting secrets and such.
More or less. I'll talk to the merchants about the reward, pay Cedric a visit and get back to you.
You'll find me at the inn. I've rented lodgings there, on the upper floor.
You know the inn's also a whorehouse.
Thanks for the warning.
Just say, I feel like there's an art to telling stories in a really complicated universe with lots of locations and rules and politics, where like a good portion of your audience is going to hear a lot of those words and not make any sense of them, or at least not make any sense of them until they've been repeated several times, right? Like, even from the first game, I didn't remember enough of it to remember what the deal was with Nilfgaard, but they've said Nilfgaard like 3 or 4 times in a negative connotation, or be like, this isn't Nilfgaard. I'm like, oh, okay, so I don't know very much about Nilfgaard, but I kind of get the sense that they're like hard asses, and a lot of people don't like them and are opposed to them. Anyway, I think this story does a really good job of being like sensical without requiring you to fully grok, you know, mountains and mountains of lore. I think Game of Thrones did a pretty good job of that as well, like the TV adaptation and the books. Irm was pretty good at that. Some stories handle that in different ways. They'll try to do like the Luke Skywalker thing where you like start following a Frodo type character who doesn't know anything and has to have the world like drip fed to them, right? But I think it's much harder when you have a world weary character like Geralt, even if he's like amnesiac. They pretty much just use that as a narrative device to explain why people know him and he doesn't remember them. But he still like knows the basic facts of the setting. He just doesn't remember his own personal history, which is cool. I'm gonna see how much it lets me explore before I talk to these merchants. Oh, no. No, no. 3 hours? God damn it. Fuck. Is there anything I can do about this? Is there like a storage I can put stuff? Jesus Christ. Whose fault is this? This is, was it Elder Scrolls game? You can carry lots of stuff, and now you have to walk. Fuck. Just can't move in Morrowind. Well, not encumbrance. Encumbrance has been around forever, but this, you could still do stuff. It's just now an annoying molasses hassle.
Boss, so what about that bonus?
Is the work complete?
My argument is this is bad game feel. I'd rather it just like completely stop you. Oh my god. Fuck.
Disperse. Go home.
Sorry.
Watch it, Witcher.
We're out of mutton.
What do you want me to do? Shit a sheep?
Maybe storage in the inn. Okay.
We should send for Laredo.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where it's like, it's an attempt to mimic real life, but I think it generally doesn't create fun gameplay outcomes. If you're gonna do restricted inventory, I think you have to go super fucking restricted. You have to do like Resident Evil 4 inventory Tetris or something. Or you have to go basically unlimited, and there's not a lot of room in the middle to do something like this where, yeah, you're just picking shit up, and now you move like a snail for 10 minutes until you deposit stuff.
Come on, nearly got him.
I think there was item storage in the first game.
Go on, a wee bit more. Change your grip. Humans know as much about arm wrestling as I know.
You can trade to make up space too. Alright, I'm just gonna Google it. Witcher 2 storage. Witcher 2 storage. Oh my god, they added it with a patch? It wasn't in the original version of the game? Southwest corner of the brothel, or the inn near the entrance to the brothel.
Look, people! Wonders and miracles!
Here somewhere? It looks like that's supposed to be the brothel. Oh, I got patched into Witcher 3 too? That's crazy.
Well, I'll be...
Maybe it's a chest near a door down here? Like, slow but unlimited movement. I'm specifically talking about that. Like, I get that encumbrance has been around since the 70s. Store or collect items. Okay. Probably end up selling most of this junk. Let me look through what I can equip already. We're gonna make it work this time, and then people hated it, so they fixed it with a patch. Buy it. Yep. They stumbled a bit with it with Demon Souls, but then they had the thing where anytime you pick something up, it just automatically gets sent to storage, right? I feel like 10-foot move speed, though, in a tabletop RPG has, like, interesting combat implications, but the implications for, like, normal play are generally going to get hand-waved in most certain circumstances, right? Like, okay, for overland travel, it's going to take you 3 hours to get somewhere that it might take you less time if you were less encumbered. But if the trade-off for encumbrance is, oh, I can only move 2 tiles in combat instead of 5 tiles or whatever, like, to me, that's more interesting than, oh, now it's just annoying to walk everywhere. You can still do it, but it's just annoying now. Whereas when you're doing a tabletop RPG, you abstract away the annoyance in the first place. You know what I mean?
Left hook! Watch out for the left hook!
Hold on, sorry, I got confused. That just looks really good, I think. Blue Stripes combat check, it's gonna take a while. Armor on this is better, but the other stuff on there is really good.
Punches lights out!
They don't get broken down for crafting later. I don't want to think about it too much at the moment is the problem. Take all this stuff out when I actually need it. Anything that doesn't have a listed weight I don't have to worry about, I guess. Interesting, it treats it as selling it. I guess it just sells it and then you can get it back for free. Anything that has no weight, I'll just pull back here. Oh, I've made a huge mistake. Oh boy, it looks like I was able to select all of them before with no trouble. Is it completely safe to sell weapons and armor then? Yeah, right, which, like, in very early D&D, where it's just, you know, dungeon crawling isn't really consequential outside of it affecting your movement in combat. And slightly later D&D, it's like, oh, okay, well, it took you 2 days, whatever. If your DM even gave a shit. That's fine for now. I'll come back to it later.
Punches lights out!
Only the gods may ordain that the prize will fall to you.
The massacre in Rivia. It came back to me, I remember. The angry mob murdering non-humans, a young boy with a pitchfork.
Anything else?
Death, or a state close to it, I'm not sure. I felt life draining out of me.
It's funny, Matt
I
did
was there. I arrived a moment later.
Don't worry, Triss. They're only memories. We have bigger problems to tackle now. Something tells me that in recovering my memory, I'll find out a lot about what we're dealing with now. How's it living with Roach's soldiers?
Splendid. I know every shit joke that anyone's ever thought up. Plus, I've learned how to burp out the official title of the Emperor of Nilfgaard without reaching for beer. Shorty's told me about his 16 children, all named after Temerian troop divisions. And I know his nickname has nothing to do with
The game just looks really good. It was
nice
like
to know that you care, though.
Glad to see you in a good
ahead of its time in
I think I
2011.
actually like them. They're good people.
I was saying this is around the end of the low-hanging fruit improvement era, right?
Sorry, that's a secret.
And here I
Kind
thought
of
Roach's
like
boys had an ounce of respect for me.
asymptotically approaching ideal graphics at this point, or at least ideal graphics that are affordable for a studio to put together. Ideal maybe isn't even the right word. Good enough graphics. The Witcher 1 looks like how you might expect a game from around this time to look. No, it didn't even come out that much further back from this one.
I'm in. Me too. Say something, or did you just fart?
That's wild. FF7 and 10 are at least 4 years apart, yeah.
Hey. Ever seen the river monster?
You can just 7 and 8 and then 8 and
I
9.
have, but I'm not the talkative kind.
Speak up.
Like the little animation they do for that.
As big as a barn, with giant tentacles. Snatches men from boat decks and cattle off the shore. It's slimy.
Is that a
like
thing you could do in the
snake,
first
fast
Witcher
as a
game? I
thirsty
remember
man.
you had it as a spell for combat, but I didn't remember being able to do like Jedi mind trick on people in conversations. Oh, congratulations, Bilbo. That's really exciting. It's always good to get a better job. Geralt.
Ma always said, go ask the mason to take you.
That's just bollocks. Welcome.
Look, people! Wonders and miracles! Say something, or did you just fart?
Damn it.
Going somewhere, friend?
Say something, or did you just
They like that line.
You free? No, same price as always.
Greetings, white-haired one. I could do with your
Guy's
help.
voice is great.
You see, I'm looking for a certain formula.
I'm no herbalist.
I know who you are. I'll be straight. Find the formula and you'll earn a sizable pouch of orange.
Selling armor and weapons is safe. Okay, thanks.
Sounds good. What do you want me to do?
It's fine.
The formula is in the hands of a certain shopkeeper.
Can't go and see him yourself?
He deals in incense. One type is particularly popular.
I have
I think what he
a
sells is
life's
harmful, yet
vendetta against
I need
vendor
the formula
trash.
to prove it. The scoundrel knows that and is very cautious. Yet I assume you, as a witcher, have your ways?
I'll see what I can do.
Has nothing to do with Dark Souls. The only purpose of an item is to be exchanged for money, but it's taking up space in the meantime, contributing towards eventually slowing you down. I'd rather they just give you money, or like give you the ability to dust stuff. And I get that they'll give you the vendor trash. It's like, oh, it's more flavorful than just giving you money. It's like, okay, cool. Well, like, give me a little lore pop-up that's like, oh, you've got this little sword, and next time you go to town, Geralt will sell it to somebody. So you gained the trade value of 6 orens, and Here's the description test for the sword if you care. I think it's just like a completely vestigial thing is why it bothers me so much. It doesn't make sense. Hasn't made sense for years. Devs do it because it's a thing you do and haven't really thought about whether it fits or not. I wish I have a fantasy for Fallout that it sounds like Fallout 4 comes the closest to embracing, where it's like garbage that you find breaks down into unique components that you can use to craft stuff, but it sounds like that kind of falls apart eventually. Not having played Fallout 4, just having heard about it. So I have to just book it to the... Can I change my focus quest here? Yeah, I like the idea of Fallout 4 doing that. So I can just pick any of these, right? Let's do this. Is the one I'm most interested in right now. I guess anything that has a shield is like a main quest. The Fallout 4 idea doesn't feel like it's just like tacked on for its own sake. Like that seems to be the whole concept, is like you're scavenging for materials. So at least in that case, it feels like they're trying something, even if it didn't end up really working out.
You free? No. My John's over there. He wanted a platonic.
Come back to the thing I always say is that a mechanic in a game needs to have one of the 3 C's. It has to involve like some significant choice, some significant challenge, or some significant cost other than just time spent, right? And if it doesn't have any of those things, it probably should get abstracted. And sometimes they'll include stuff that fails on all 3 of those, and they include it because it's like an appeal to realism. But to me, that always breaks down because it's like, well, if we're going to go realistic, then when I kill a guard, I should be able to, like, take his socks off, right? I should be able to remove his toe ring. I should be able to loot his, I don't know, every single thing on him. I should be able to cut his ears off and carry them with me. Like, we're drawing the line somewhere, right? That's already happening.
Everything in order?
I don't think they've even started anything with Elder Scrolls 6, right? They're waiting for their space game to come out first, Starfield or whatever.
I know your kind.
Almost, yeah. They usually abstract it into their armor and some junk in their pockets. Find a way to get around this building. That's what's causing me trouble right now. Can I go through here? Warhammer taking up 200 times more space in your inventory than a ring is in great game feel, even when it's realistic. Yeah.
What kind of question is that? Anyway, know where I can find an elf named Cedric?
Don't get involved in this.
The merchants are paying good money for killing the beast.
Coin's never the most important thing.
It is to a Witcher.
But it's still pretty useful.
I don't trust her.
Sheila? Why not?
She's a powerful sorceress. Dangerous to her foes, even more dangerous to her friends.
I know you don't like her. Any specific reason?
I'm just trying to warn you.
Thanks. I guess I'll have to ask her.
How?
We're going hunting together, right after I find Cedric.
Well, then let's go see him. He should be at the top of his observation tower.
It might just be it's probably just a personal bugbear for me. I just feel really strongly like it's an idea that people keep trying to make happen. They're trying to make fetch happen. They've been doing it for 30, 40, 50 years. And it doesn't work. It doesn't work in tabletop either. Like, most GMs worth their salt, unless if their entire campaign is about encumbrance and carry weight. If they're like telling a story about that, they hand wave it and ignore it. If you've ever had a GM who's like overly anal about tracking carry weight, it's a miserable time. That's kind of my argument, is that when things fail those tests, the result is zero fun, a reduction in fun.
Belk. It'll be nearly a year now.
Moril would delight in a day like this, Sir Heron. Enjoy the memory of her. Don't wallow in the longing.
I try. I do.
Yeah, Astrid, it works perfectly fine if you write the story around it.
Blood this disappearance has bred.
Don't let others
It can't be an incidental feature.
Hatred is but an outlet for helplessness.
Thank you, Cedric.
That's the random NPC just staring at the tree in the background.
Are you Cedric?
Who asks?
Geralt of Rivia.
Ah, the Witcher. And?
Triss Marigold.
Lovely scent, Triss.
Cedric, look at me.
What do you want, Geralt of Rivia?
There's a lot of things to find out. Let's do all these.
I need to make a few orens. You wouldn't happen to have a job for a Witcher, would you?
There's never a shortage of work for a Witcher in this forest. It's positively teeming with beasts. Though I'm not surprised they come here in droves.
Know why that is?
Cursed places attract all sorts of scum, like dung attracts flies. There was once a great house in the clearing. They locked up lunatics there. During the war with Nilfgaard, it was raised in a fire. The lunatics broiled in their cells.
I really like their interpretation of elves.
2 daredevils went off to explore the ruins recently.
Dragon Age is kind of
They
similar.
haven't been seen since.
A great house, you say. Tell me more about the building itself.
It was an old manor house that was converted into a mental institution. There was no shortage of lunatics in wartime. They just kept coming. Reverend Marstead locked them up in there and looked after them. If you find the 2 people lost in the ruins of the mental asylum, you stand to be handsomely rewarded. By them or their families.
I completely agree, Aurelia. Like, human discretion is a superpower of tabletop games. That, like, a human can kind of, like, act like a judge and just be like, yeah, that's reasonable. I think that's probably too much, right? And it's just like, you can't codify that into a computer and into a set of rules in a video game, no matter how much people try, unless if the whole game is all about that. Like, I guess Signalis is a horror game I played recently where you only have 6 inventory slots and the game is, like, aggressively built around that. It works for me in that because that's the whole premise. Just, you cannot staple it on. You gotta like pay a person to act as your live GM through the game and just have him like scratch his chin and be like, yeah, I think you're carrying too much right now. That's the only way it could work, I think.
No harm in trying.
Yeah, it's not applied equally. That's a good point.
I'm looking to hunt in this area, and I could use some advice.
I'm no witcher. I set traps, snares, try to keep neckers away from Lobinden. That's all.
I'm aiming a little higher than neckers.
The old man? Meaning the Karen? Finally, Laredo's splurged. Listen, I'm not one to teach your grandmother to suck eggs. You witchers know your worth. But if you
I know that phrase from the Ren and Stimpy Happy Happy Joy Joy song.
Puncturing trap, immobilizing trap, even decoys to pull monsters into an ambush.
I didn't realize that was an
Whatever you
idiom
like.
outside of that song.
Since I can easily finish off an ensnared necker, it should be child's play for you.
The elf woman you were talking about. How did she disappear?
Sir Herim believes the forest took her.
What do you believe?
Moril simply vanished, almost a year ago now. Some say she was too beautiful, and Dwan must have harmed her.
You believe that?
If I have no evidence before me, I try to trust my feelings. and they tell me the forest did not take her.
Why would you keep that from Saharan?
Because it's meaningless. Perhaps she was murdered, perhaps she departed on her own, never to return. She's gone, and neither I nor Saharim can reverse that.
It's like teaching a blacksmith how to use a hammer. Like, you're giving advice to someone where you have no business providing the advice, and that person probably already knows what you're talking about.
Who exactly?
Probably knows more than you.
One who warns humans against the dangers that lurk in the forest.
Care to clarify?
I am old, even for an elf. Yet the forest is older. I've lived in it for years and understand it, though it's nothing I can explain. At times, I make mistakes and people don't come home.
So you help humans?
I just know if it's safe to venture beyond the gates or not.
That's interesting, Spiky. Are you drunk?
Maybe I'll come back when you're sober.
You witches live a long life. You may indeed get to see that day.
What are the Scoia'tael fighting for?
Do you ask about the old ones, who hoped to restore our race to its previous glory? Or about the young ones, who fight for survival and out of suicidal revenge?
Yorvith's warriors. Which mold do they fit?
They believe they are still independent, and that there is but one just way to view their cause. In truth, however, they're but a shadow of the Enshe's former glory. They cling to delusions to the very moment when a sword or a noose ends their life.
Really like this take on elves. I think I like it better than the Dragon Age one.
Which is, I believe, the worst.
I aim to kill the Karen. Heard you might be able to help.
That depends on the sort of aid you seek.
I need information.
We should have killed it years ago. Now I don't know. The beast has become too large for the riverbed, and it has strange growths on its tentacles, extremely thick skin. Previously, it inhabited a swamp.
I'm gonna make an
along
arm
one of the
cross counter
Pontar's
from this game, for
tributaries.
this game.
Completely wild terrain. Even the Scoia'tael don't venture there. You should go see the wreck of the boat it recently sank. Inspect any traces it's left. See the destruction.
Hope we like talk with some kind of magical
Venture
sapient
south into the
beast or
forest,
like ghost
then
or
turn
something
east toward the river.
that doesn't have a human form but
You'll
has
find the
arms and
ruins
still
of a
tries to do the arm
bridge
cross
erected
animation.
long ago by the
That's my beat
Enshe.
condition for The Witcher
The
2.
wreck
Encounter that
lies at
once.
their foot.
Thanks, Cedric.
You'll find me by the boat wreck.
Sheesh, Triss. Sure you're not overusing those teleports?
I do like this as a high magic setting compared to like most of Song of Ice and Fire. Primarily pretty low magic. But it's also interesting that all of the monsters seem to be very like natural beasts. And you could like pretty much do this without the sorceresses, and the monster stuff would mostly still work.
You'll betray no one else, elfin bitch.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Commandant Dorito will explain everything.
What's going on here?
This whore's a Scoia'tael spy.
Any evidence?
What's it to you?
Easy. She loiters around the garrison, kick-hitting us. Roderick says he boned her, but I don't believe
Doesn't
that.
sound like evidence to me.
I did!
That's your evidence?
2 of our lads are missing. Last seen with her.
She turned me into a newt.
I only spoke to them.
Got
When
better.
they went off towards the caves. That's all I know.
The bitch is lying. She led them into an ambush.
This ought to be easy enough to resolve. Look inside the caves.
But they're crawling with all sorts of filth.
I'll do it, but you'll pay me. Wait for me at the harbor.
Sweet. Really can't depend on the map marker, I don't think. Down and around, maybe. Road.
Welcome, White Woman.
Pretty gross. That's the road. Okay. Make sure I save. The fuck? Guess that's technically correct. What the fuck? That was weird.
Come to Papa! Yeah! I won't allow it! What happened?
You okay there, bud?
Come to Papa!
I don't know if I have to level that up for it to be useful. Ow. We did the nose and the hat, but she is a witch. Try the dagger now, I guess. Guessing I can't recover it though. It's pretty funny. Getting just one of those off is really powerful. It saves me so much hassle.
Come to Papa!
Because it denies me their loot. Rope ladder? Kidding. Oh no, they drop their stuff when they fly. That's nice of them. Kick. 50 orange.
I wonder what's left of that wreck Cedric mentioned.
If the Karen attacked the boat, it's not likely to be much. We're looking for traces of the beast, not boats.
This place looks pretty cool. Are Witcher universe elves, do they have like a really long life or not necessarily? It's implied that they used to be like really important. Seems like humans in this universe suck really bad. They like breed like rabbits and just conquer everything. Non-fiction aspect.
I'm glad you're here.
Consume everything. This investigation stuff is really cool. I assume that the books are about a lot of this kind of thing.
Yeah. Strange place for an evening walk.
Unless you're looking for adventure. Medallion's vibrating.
Oh, shit. Drowners are like basically just people that normal people that died by drowning and then they came back as like kind of slightly aquatic zombies. Seem like the closest thing to a goblin in this universe.
Nice to run into some old friends.
Almost brings a tear to your eye.
Let's examine the traces of the Karen and get out of here. The ram's stuffed with sulfur and a dead cobbler. Straight out of Eastern legends. Not good enough for the Karen, though.
That's funny. I love it. Oh, do some of the monsters have supernatural origins like that? Like, I assume that ghosts are, like, actually people that died and then came back as ghosts. Or it's just in this case with drowners, they happen to just be, like, a humanoid-looking monster, then people blame it on... claim that they're, like, zombies when they're not really. This looks cool.
Wait a minute.
What are you going to do?
Cast a simple diagnostic spell. It should answer a few questions.
It sounds convenient. You have a squid juice diagnosis spell?
How much time does it have left?
A few years? Perhaps a decade and change?
Too long. What's wrong with it? Any information could be useful.
The diagnostic spell showed that some of the cells in its body have mutated.
I'm a mutant.
What else?
The Karen's highly venomous.
Any ideas for an antidote?
Your Witcher's metabolism should neutralize small doses of the toxin. But if I were you, I wouldn't rely on my mutations alone. An Ostmark potion should do the trick.
I know the herb, but haven't the faintest where I might find it around here. I need to figure out how I want to fight the Karen. Maybe I won't need the potion.
I like this aspect too of trying to get a potion to make the fight reasonable.
Sheila might be eager to get this done, but before you go see her, ask some of the locals about Ostmark. You could try Cedric. Here's the formula for the potion. I need to take care of some things. Manage without me for a while?
Mm-hmm.
See you.
Bye. Find it yourself or talk to Cedric. Ooh. Fancy. Yeah, I like this game both in the very linear opening and the kind of slightly more open sequence here. It's cool. This one has aged way better than The Witcher 1. I did like The Witcher 1 still, but it was mostly as a kind of a oddity, curiosity. This game received really well when it came out. I know everybody like went crazy over The Witcher 3. People were already like hyped and looking forward to 3 because this one did pretty well. Yeah, I don't remember. I did Dragon Age Origins forever ago. I remember the elves being like basically a slave race, but On the voting spreadsheet. There's going to be soon, so. Reminds me, let me add a task to finish those. I had them right before I left on vacation and left them dangling. Yeah, I definitely prefer that. I think that's the boring one. Humans are... They do it in Mass Effect and it's so, like, cringy. There's a scene where a character literally says, I mean, on average, most Solarians are scientists and spies, and most Asari are diplomats, but you humans, a human could be a diplomat or a spy. It's crazy. And I'm like, oh my god, stop, you guys. Humans are the most blank slate thing there could be. Sorry for this parlor trick, man. I'm just trying to look for a potion.
That's the spirit.
Want you to see your vista, eh?
It's cool that they give you the opportunity to find it yourself if you're just exploring around. I think that was a post-Carpathian thing in Mass Effect 3, though. Carpathian, kind of his pitch for humans was that they were terrifyingly ambitious, and like the whole idea is that they are vying for a council seat after being in council space for like 20 years or something. Because they're like scary imperialists.
Cedric, I need some ostmerk. It's a rare variety of moss, grows underground.
I know it. There are some caves to the south, deep in the woods. If ostmerk grows anywhere in the area...
Oh, that's probably the caves I have to go to anywhere. That's nice. Anyway, alright. Yeah, I'm with you.
Good luck.
It's one of only a couple ways that people have come up with to pitch humans in fantasy and sci-fi settings. I don't think anyone's like necessarily wrong for it. It's just, it's really hard to be creative in that area, right? You kind of have to like map everything to an existing real-world culture.
Take care of yourself.
It's very, very difficult to think of something that's like truly alien and have it still be relatable to an audience. Oh, okay. Oh shit. That's a thing.
Damn it.
Thanks. Really big damage boost for backstab, makes sense. A little nervous here about my most recent save. I think I've been good-ish about it. prefer this more. One down. Hit the one that's already dead. Perfect. Shit. Figured. See where I load in here. Oh my god. Ah, Jesus. God, that's painful. I need to, like, set up a script to tap F5 automatically every few minutes or something. It's like, it's a really bad area where it auto-saves enough that you can forget. It's not like a game that has no auto-save, right? I don't even remember if The Witcher 1 had autosave. Maybe it did it like chapter breaks or something. We're about at time here. I just want to leave Future Marstead somewhere better. The little Assassins of Kings loading icon is a loading icon, not a save icon. Do well to remember that.
Take care of yourself.
Mongoose potion makes sense.
Got spots
Poison resistance.
Cedric.
Alright, Future Marstead. You're doing this quest for the Kayrin, which is like a river kraken kind of a thing. You have directions to go out to a cave. You're going to run into some bugs on the way, so make sure that you save. Make sure you're hitting F5 pretty regularly. Like, maybe actually consider binding F5 to your foot pedal and tapping it occasionally, because the autosave is not great. I think that quest also is going to take you... I think that's probably the same cave that you were directed to for a different quest. So double check your quest log and see if there's other stuff you can turn in. The game seems pretty kind about letting you pick stuff up for quests, whether you found the initial breadcrumb for it or not, so good luck. Thanks to the folks who voted up Witcher 2. This game is really good so far. It's quite a bit better than The Witcher 1. More than just a curiosity, and I think it's aged really well. My complaining about encumbrance aside.